So Torah portion Pinchas, and that is how to pronounce it. I've been saying Pinchas. I've only just about got to the point where it kind of flows a bit more naturally to say Pinchas, but it actually turns out to be Pinchas when I read the Hebrew. You can see here that letter is the letter P, so that's a P. That is a chirik, so it's an I. Then it's Yod Nun, Y-N, so Pin instead of Pinchas. When I looked at the Torah portion, I saw that it was 5 chapters long, and I thought, wow, there's probably going to be quite a lot in this Torah portion. But actually, as it turns out, when I looked at what actually was in it, there's very, very little. There's a census is taken of the children of Israel. We find a bit more about the families in each of the tribes, so the people who descended from Jacob's 12 sons. We find out a little bit more about them. Then they're told you're going to divide up the land, or Moshe's told you're going to divide up the land by lot. We don't see that in this Torah portion. We see that next week. And then the daughters of Zelophehad, they come and ask for their inheritance because their father has died in the first generation, and there's no males to inherit, so they come and ask for their inheritance. At the end, Joshua is appointed as leader, which is a very short bit of text. And then in Numbers 28 and 29, it's the korbanot that are offered on each of the appointed times, and we went over that really recently in Achrei Mot, when I was looking at the spiritual sacrifices that would correlate with that. So there's only really the census, the appointment of Joshua as leader, and the daughters of Zelophehad in the entire Torah portion. And the first part kind of starts out by Yehovah saying that he's going to make a covenant with Pinchas, an everlasting covenant of peace with him. He'll have a covenant where he will be a priesthood, or covenant of priesthood with him. So from that, because Yehovah gives him that because of the zeal that he has for Yehovah, I'm going to look at an issue which has come up a number of times recently, an issue that has those same constituent components, the zeal for Yehovah resulting in a covenant being made. And that issue is the issue of circumcision. I've had somebody commenting on the What Does the New Testament Teach About Circumcision video that we did a while back. And they had stuff to say and needed some things explaining to them. Also, Matt recently has realized that the circumcision that he performed on himself as a fantastic act of zeal for Yehovah is not actually biblical circumcision. So it's been an issue for Matt. There's some things that I want to cover for Matt. And of course, Matt and Abby are having a child soon. And it may well turn out to be a male child. So there are considerations in that. So the first part's going to be really quite a long part. It's going to be a comprehensive look at circumcision. The second part is going to be a really tiny part. I'm going to just read through the Torah portion, basically just those few basic things, the census, the daughters of Zelophehad, and then in the third part we're going to look at Joshua. We're going to take an in-depth look at Joshua as leader, and I'll make a little announcement that I find quite exciting, something for the near future. Okay, so for the first part then, we'll cover circumcision. But where we begin in the Torah portion, we begin at looking at Pinchas, as I say, and his zeal for Yehovah, which results in that Torah, in that covenant rather, being made with him. So Numbers 25 verse 10, Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, Pinchas, son of Eleazar, son of Aharon the priest, has turned back my wrath from the children of Israel, because he was zealous with my zeal in their midst, so that I did not consume the children of Israel in my zeal. Therefore say, see, I am giving him my covenant of peace, and it shall be to him and to his seed after him a covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his Elohim and made atonement for the children of Israel. And of course, atonement is made by the shedding of blood. We read in the Psalms that when Yehovah brought plagues upon the people and they died around his dwelling place, it made atonement for them. Atonement brings a cleansing so that Yehovah can dwell in the midst of the children of Israel. Here, we're told that Pinchas, in his killing of Cosbi and Zimri in their fornication, actually made atonement. Okay, so a cleansing was brought. But this brings up this important concept, this idea of one's zeal for Yehovah being what it is that Yehovah is looking for from us, and that he wants to make covenant with those who have zeal for him. We've looked at several words recently. We've looked at the word kavod, which is to give weight to give esteem to honor, to heavily esteem Yehovah. We've looked at navat, which is to regard, to look upon and regard. And Shema is the same in the realm of the hearing. It is to hear and to obey, and to yirah Yehovah's word, to fear his word. All of those speak of one's zeal for Yehovah. But this covenant that was made here with Pinchas, and his zeal being the reason for it, we see this as a component of covenant with Yehovah. If we go to Genesis chapter 15 rather, it says, after these events, the word of Yehovah came to Avram in a vision, saying, do not be afraid, Avram. I am your shield. Your reward is exceedingly great. And Avram said, Master Yehovah, what would you give me, seeing I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eleazar of Damascus? And Avram said, see, you have given me no seed, and see, one born in my house is my heir. And see, the word of Yehovah came to him, saying, this one is not your heir, but he who comes from your own body is your heir. So Avram knows that his wife Sarah is barren, and that she cannot bring forth children. So when Yehovah says this to him, he doesn't go back to, oh, well, what does science say about this? Or what do the people around me say about this? He focuses on what Yehovah has told him, and he believes him, and he takes him at his word. We actually see that he takes Hagar and has a child with Hagar. Now, the assumption that I would make is that is because he thinks, well, Sarah can't give me any children, so if my heir is to come from my own body, maybe it looks like this. That's obviously an assumption, but he believes what Yehovah has said, and that's primary to him. Verse 5 says, and he brought him outside and said, look now toward the heavens, count the stars if you are able to count them. And he said to him, so are your seed. Now that's an incredibly unlikely thing to happen. Abraham, if you think of the situation, the circumstances of Abraham's life. But when Yehovah says it, he believes it. He knows that it is true, and he acts upon that. Verse 6 says, and he believed in Yehovah, and he reckoned it to him for righteousness. And that's really important for us, because we've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So if we were to seek to be declared righteous before Yehovah by the Torah, by the covenant made at Sinai, then no one would be justified or declared righteous by the Torah. Everyone would be declared to have done unrighteousnesses. So we all need to be justified and to be declared right before Yehovah by another means, by the means in which Abraham was declared righteous, and that was his belief in Yehovah. That when Yehovah said something, he believed it. Later in Genesis 17, and it came to be when Abraham was 99 years old. Okay, remember that, he's 99, he's almost 100 years old, that Yehovah appeared to Abraham and said to him, I am El Shaddai, walk before me and be perfect. Of course, the word perfect there is tamim. It means to be complete. Abraham was not perfect in his walk. None of us will be perfect in our walks. We can't look to Abraham and say, well, did Abraham do this particular action? Well, therefore it is sin or it's not sin. But we know that Abraham walked before Yehovah and was complete because he followed his instructions. And if we sin, if we are to walk before him and be complete, if we sin, then we turn from that sin in true repentance, and we can be complete before Yehovah as Abraham was. And I give my covenant between me and you, and shall greatly increase you. Okay, so Abraham's been declared right before Yehovah by his belief, and here Yehovah is saying, I'm going to make a covenant between me and you and greatly increase you. And Yehovah reveals to Abraham again what he is going to do for him. He's made these promises to Abraham, but here he makes this part of a covenant. Abraham fell on his face, and Elohim spoke with him, saying, as for me, look, my covenant is with you, and you shall become a father of many nations. Okay, that the nations would be declared right before Yehovah by belief also. No longer is your name called Abraham, but your name shall be Abraham, because I shall make you a father of many nations. And I shall make you bear fruit exceedingly, and make nations of you, and kings shall come from you. So this is what's described as Abraham being told the gospel, or the good news, that the nations would be blessed in him, that his faith was reckoned to him for righteousness, as it would be for the nations, so that they could be declared right, and for those who physically came from Abraham's loins as well. And I shall establish my covenant between me and you and your seed after you in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim to you and your seed after you. So this is amazing. This is a covenant that we get to be a part of. If we are Messiahs, then we are Abraham's seed, as we'll read in a little bit. So this covenant is directly between Yehovah, Abraham, and Abraham's seed. And Abraham's seed is Messiah. And we are part of Messiah's body. We are of Messiah and Abraham's seed as a result. So we get to be part of this everlasting covenant that was made with this man on the earth who believed what Yehovah said. And Yehovah chose him because of that. He followed what Yehovah said to do. He followed his teaching and his instructions, and whatever he was commanded by Yehovah, that he did. And I shall give to you and your seed after you the land of your sojournings, all the land of Canaan as an everlasting possession, and I shall be their Elohim. So this is the promise which is made to us. This is the promise of the inheritance. This is what our inheritance will be. The land of Canaan as an everlasting possession. And more than that, that Yahovah will be our Elohim. And Elohim said to Abraham, as for you, guard my covenant, you and your seed after you throughout their generations. So he says, this is what I'm going to do for you. This is the promise that I'm making to you. This is my part of the covenant. And now he says, as for you, guard my covenant, you and your seed after you. And then he reveals what this looks like. This is my covenant which you guard between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you is to be circumcised. Okay, and that word mul is a word which means to be cut, essentially, to be cut off. And you shall circumcise, it's a different Hebrew word, a synonymous word, which is namal, which also means to cut off. You shall cut off the flesh of your foreskin, your olah, and it shall become a sign of the covenant between me and you. So when it says circumcised, the word is cut off. You shall cut off the flesh of your foreskin. One who is uncircumcised in Scripture, in Hebrew and Greek, is just referred to by the word for foreskin. It's essentially one with foreskin. The covenant is that we would cut off the flesh of our foreskin, and it shall become a sign of the covenant between me and you. So pretty simple for us, that we would have faith, we would follow what Yahovah says to do, and that we would take the sign of the covenant in our flesh. Verse 12 says, and a son of 8 days is circumcised by you. Every male child in your generations, he who is born in your house, or bought with silver from any foreigner who is not of your seed. Now this is interesting for us, because we are Avram's seed. Okay, we are reborn. We put our old selves to death, and we are reborn as part of Abraham's house. But also, we are bought with silver. The head tax was what was necessary, a payment that was necessary of half a shekel of silver in order for anyone to be counted as part of Israel. Yeshua has paid our head tax for us to be part of Israel. So you could see both of these things applying to us. Verse 13 says, he who was born in your house and he who was bought with your silver has to be circumcised. So shall my covenant be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And that's why circumcision is so important for us, because we're not saved by keeping the Torah. We're not even saved by the new covenant, which is that his Torah would be in our hearts and in our minds. What we're saved by, where we get our justification, which is essential, is from this covenant that was made with Abraham, that faith would be reckoned to us as righteousness, and that blessing then passes to all the nations. Part of the covenant that was made with Abraham, pretty much the only thing that Abraham is asked to do, is to circumcise himself, his household, and any children, male children, that are born in his household. In Galatians 3, Paul writes about this covenant made with Abraham and about how we are justified before Yahovah. He says, even so Abraham did believe Elohim, and it was reckoned unto him as righteousness. Know then that those who are of belief are sons of Abraham. And the scripture, having foreseen that Elohim would declare right the nations by belief, announced the good news to Abraham beforehand, saying, all the nations shall be blessed in you. Just like you, your faith will be reckoned as righteousness, and the same is going to be true of the nations. So that those who are of belief are blessed with Abraham, the believer. It's true for the nations. It's true for the nation, Israel, as well. Yeshua says to the Jews, he says, you are not Abraham's seed. You might be Abraham's descendants, but if you are Abraham's seed, you would do the works of Abraham. So whether you're a physical descendant of Abraham or whether you're one of the nations, you come to Yehovah by belief as Abraham did. Verse 10 says, for as many as are of works of Torah are under the curse, for it has been written, cursed is everyone who does not continue in all that has been written in the book of the Torah to do them. So if you are looking to be declared right, to be justified before Elohim by the works of the Torah, then you're under a curse, because it's been written, cursed is everyone who doesn't continue in everything in the book of the Torah. That's not how any man can be justified before Yehovah. He has to justify somebody by their belief, as with Abraham. Now, the book of Galatians is a fantastic book. It's massively misunderstood, of course. People think when Paul is saying you can't be justified by keeping the law or being circumcised, that he's saying don't keep the law, don't be circumcised. But it's quite the opposite. He's saying be justified by faith. And of course, Abraham's faith and the faith which is described throughout the scriptures is obedience. You can't say that you believe Yehovah and yet you do not do what he says to do. People want more information on the book of Galatians. I would say go to the playlists on our YouTube channel. Go to this one, Galatians commentary. Now that's a verse by verse commentary. I did all 6 chapters of Galatians, but the 6th one didn't record on YouTube server when I did it on Now You See TV. So they were never able to get the video up. But if you go through the first 5 chapters of Galatians, it's probably actually good with that understanding and context to go on then and to read chapter 6 yourself, because it will make so much more sense to you. But if you want a verse by verse on Galatians, there's also one on Romans on there. Continuing in Galatians 3, it says, and that no one is declared right by Torah before Elohim is clear, for the righteous shall live by belief. So you can't be justified, you can't be declared right by the Torah, because everyone's sinned. But the righteous will live by belief, and the righteous are those who follow Torah. They will live by faith. Paul writes about Israel failing to do the Torah because they didn't follow it by faith. But the Gentiles, they now follow it by faith and have attained to righteousness. And the Torah is not of belief, but the man who does them shall live by them. Okay, so you can do the Torah just by a mechanical action, just by works. It's not necessarily by faith. You can do it by faith, and then your faith is reckoned to you as righteousness. So any time where you have failed to do Torah, that is forgiven you because you are justified by your faith, and then you can walk in the Torah by faith. Verse 13 says, Messiah redeemed us from the curse of the Torah. Not that the Torah is a curse, but that it is written, cursed is he who does not walk in all of the Torah. Messiah redeemed us from that, having become a curse for us, for it has been written, cursed is everyone who hangs upon a tree. In order that the blessing of Abraham might come upon the nations in Messiah Yeshua to receive the promise of the Spirit through belief. Brothers, as a man I say it, a covenant, even though it is a man's, yet if it is confirmed, no one sets it aside or adds to it. So Abraham's covenant that Yehovah made, nobody can set that aside or add to that covenant. The promise and the covenant was clear. Your descendants will inherit the land. As for you, become circumcised, circumcise the children of your house. But the promises were spoken to Abraham and to his seed. He does not say, and to seeds as of many, but as of one, and to your seed, who is Messiah. Okay, so now we are of Messiah. We are the body of Messiah. We are heirs according to that promise. Verse 17 says, now this I say, Torah that came 430 years later does not annul a covenant previously confirmed by Elohim in Messiah, so as to do away with the promise. So Elohim made that covenant with Abraham, and nothing that comes after it annuls that covenant. So Paul compares the two covenants, the one that was made at Sinai, and he says, look, you can't be declared right by that covenant. That teaches you what righteousness is. That teaches you how to walk correctly before Elohim, but you're not going to be declared right by it, which is the error that the Galatians had fallen into. He says that the covenant previously confirmed by Elohim cannot be annulled by the Torah, so as to do away with a promise that Elohim has already made. Elohim is not a liar. Verse 18 says, for if the inheritance is by Torah, it is no longer by promise. So it's not by Torah, it's by promise. But Elohim gave it to Abraham through a promise. Why then the Torah? It was added because of transgressions until the seed should come to whom the promise was made. So the Torah was there to tell people right from wrong, so that those people who have faith in Yahovah can walk in what is right. We see the patriarchs committing many transgressions. The Torah was added to say, this is what is right, this is what is pleasing to me, this is what you as people of faith should be walking in, and this is what is wrong. And it was ordained through messengers in the hand of a mediator. The mediator, however, is not of one, but Elohim is one. Is then the Torah against the promises of Elohim? Let it not be. For if a law had been given that was able to make alive, truly righteousness would have been by Torah. Again, in that context, you cannot be justified. You cannot be declared right, declared righteous before Elohim by Torah, because all have sinned, all have done unrighteousnesses. So all the Torah can do is declare you to have done unrighteousnesses, can declare you to have done righteousnesses too, but not that you would be justified before Elohim, because everyone has broken the Torah. Verse 22 says, but the scripture has shut up all mankind under sin, that the promise by belief in Yeshua Messiah might be given to those who believe. That's what the Torah did. It told us right from wrong, and it told us, you guys, you've all broken this. You have all done unrighteousnesses before Elohim. That the promise by belief in Yeshua Messiah might be given to those who believe, because they're the people that are zealous for Elohim, those who regard his word, those who act in faith or in belief to his word. They're the people that Yahovah wants as his kingdom. He wants the people who believe him when he speaks. But before belief came, we were guarded under Torah, having been shut up for the belief being about to be revealed. Therefore, the Torah became our trainer unto Messiah in order to be declared right by belief. It shows you your need for the Messiah. It shows you your unrighteousnesses so that you can see that you need to be declared right by belief, that is your only hope, if you like. Verse 25 says, and after belief has come, we are no longer under a trainer. Not that we don't do the law anymore, just that now we have belief, and that's the reason that we do the law. We don't need something to point us to Messiah and our need for Messiah, because now we believe in Messiah, we believe in Yehovah, and of course, then we follow the Torah. That's what belief is scripturally. Verse 26 says, "For you are all sons of Elohim through belief in Messiah Yeshua. For as many of you as were immersed into Messiah have put on Messiah, the seed to whom the promise was made." Verse 28 says, "There is not Jew or Greek, there's not slave or free, there's not male or female, for you are all one in Messiah Yeshua. You are all Israel. You are all of the body of Messiah. You are all Avram's seed." If you are of Messiah, then you are the seed of Abraham and heirs according to the promise. Reckon with that for a second. If you're of Messiah, then that promise that was made to Abraham of the inheritance of the land, we are heirs of that promise, that incredible promise. Genesis 17:10-12 says, "This is my covenant which you guard between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you is to be circumcised, and you shall cut off the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall become a sign of the covenant between me and you. And a son of 8 days is circumcised by you, and every male child in your generations, he who is born in your house or bought with silver from any foreigner who is not of your seed." So this is what is required of us under the covenant. It's not how we're saved. Righteousness was reckoned to Abraham because of his belief in Genesis 15. That's how he was justified. This is the covenant that is made. This is the promise, the inheritance which is promised. Elohim says, "That's my part. For you, you become circumcised in your flesh." Or literally what it says, "You shall cut off the flesh of your foreskin." Obviously in English we would call that circumcision. And our children, a son of 8 days, is to be circumcised in the same way. So this covenant between Yehovah, Abraham, and his seed. If you're of Messiah, then you are the seed of Abraham. So we know what Elohim asks of us, that we would be circumcised in our flesh. 1 second, I just need to get the power lead. I think Ashley's going to go and get that. So the result of this, when we come face to face with the requirement that Yehovah wants us to become circumcised, the reaction that many people will have, especially with something which is so culturally dissimilar, and we'll look at the cultural influence on circumcision and how it's been received by the Gentiles as we go on. But pretty much the reaction is summed up by this. What do you mean we have to be circumcised? Didn't Paul say that if you were circumcised, then Messiah won't profit you anything? Didn't he say if you were called in uncircumcision, don't become circumcised? We'll look at those issues. But there's something in that. There's something in people's reactions, which is, to some people, and not all, those who are zealous for his word, in my experience, love the idea that they will have a physical mark in their flesh, a physical sign of the covenant. But many people, and perhaps if this is you, then this should be just that little red flag. Many people will try to desperately search out a reason why that is not so, rather than to be zealous for the word of Elohim and to immediately want to become circumcised. It's got nothing to do with salvation, which is an issue which came up throughout the New Testament. Paul, when he wrote about circumcision, he's always writing in the context of this argument that you would be justified by circumcision. It's not about salvation. It's about Yehovah coming to you and saying, this is my covenant with you. This is your part of the covenant. You'll become circumcised in your flesh, and you'll circumcise the foreskin of a male child on the 8th day. So Galatians 5 verse 2 is a verse which people will, not understanding the context of the verse, they will present to you as if it's a "ha, gotcha" moment, which is an ugly thing, as I'm talking about, for them to seek out some kind of reason in Scripture why they would not have the sign of the covenant in their flesh. But this is what it says. It says, see, I shall say to you that if you become circumcised, Messiah shall be of no use to you. That's the Greek word for circumcised. In Greek, it's to do with cutting around the perimeter. It's peritemno. In English, it's an incision around the circumference. In Hebrew, we're told, cut off the flesh of your foreskin. Messiah shall be of no use to you. So when people read this, especially when it's just presented by somebody who is trying to disprove that you have to be circumcised, people think, wow, that verse seems pretty clear in what it is saying. But this verse exists in a wider context. It's like if you went on holiday and you decided to have a day trip, and you booked a day trip and you're on your way out of the hotel or where you're staying, and the guide to your day trip sees that you've got your passport with you and says, oh no, you won't need that, it's of no use to you. What they're saying to you isn't, your passport will never be of any use to you. It's not of any use to you. You'll never need it. They're talking about in that specific context, and you would understand, because of the context of the situation, what they meant. As we read on in Galatians 5, we'll see the context of what Paul is talking about. And I witness again to every man being circumcised that he is a debtor to do the entire Torah. So if you're thinking, well, I do the Torah anyway, so that's not a problem. I do the entire Torah. What exactly is Paul saying here? Is he saying that doing the entire Torah is bad? Is he saying that being circumcised is bad? In verse 4, we see what he's talking about. He says, you who are justified by Torah, you've fallen from grace. So we can either be justified, we can be declared right by the Torah, by circumcision, or we can seek to be, or we can seek to be declared right by faith. And since we all know that we've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of Elohim, we would be foolish to try to be justified by the law. So Paul's saying, look, if you think this is where your justification comes from, then you're a debtor to do the entire Torah. And guess what? You haven't done the entire Torah. He says, you who are justified by Torah, that's the entire issue. And that was the debate, if you like, which is discussed all the way throughout the New Testament. We'll see in a little while in Acts 15 that this question was presented to Paul and Barnabas by a group of people. They were known as the circumcision party, who said that you had to be circumcised in order to be saved. And they actually went up to Jerusalem to ask the elders about this question so that they could make a declaration on whether the Gentiles needed to be circumcised to be justified. Okay, but people are missing that context. And so if you're missing that context, it's very easy to miss that the people who Paul is talking to are highlighted there, you who are justified by Torah. It's quite easy to read over that. If we go on in Galatians 5, Paul actually says for himself, and I, brothers, if I still proclaim circumcision, why am I still persecuted? So he starts off by saying, You who are justified by the Torah, you've fallen from grace. Messiah is of no use to you. You don't need Messiah if you're going to be justified by your own righteous works. But he qualifies this by saying, and listen, if I still proclaim circumcision, why am I still persecuted? And we'll see that Paul does indeed not only believe in circumcision, but he actually performs a circumcision on Timothy himself. So Paul tells us very clearly that he still proclaims circumcision, but he tells us very clearly that that is not the means by which we are justified. And if we seek to be justified by circumcision, Messiah profits us nothing. So the debate we see mentioned in Acts 15, 1-5, it says, and certain men came down from Yehudah and were teaching the brothers, unless you are circumcised according to the practice of Moshe, you are unable to be saved. So that's the whole issue, being justified by circumcision, by following the law. Circumcision following the law, great. Paul still proclaims that. But don't seek to be justified by them, because then Messiah has become of no profit to you. So unless you're circumcised according to the practice of Moshe, you're unable to be saved. So when Shaul and Barnabas, Paul and Barnabas, had no small dissension and dispute with them, they arranged for Shaul and Barnabas and certain others of them to go up to Jerusalem to the apostles and elders about this question. So they said you have to be circumcised to be saved. Paul and Barnabas said, no way, we're going to go up. It mentions certain others of them. We'll see when we get to Galatians 2 that includes Titus to go up to Jerusalem. So being sent on their way by the assembly, they passed through Phoenicia and Shomeron, relating the conversion of the Gentiles, and they were causing great joy to all the brothers. So this is what they were doing. They were saying what was happening among the Gentiles. And having arrived in Jerusalem, they were received by the assembly and the apostles and the elders, and they reported all that Elohim had done with them. And some of the believers who belonged to the sect of the Pharisees rose up, saying, it is necessary to circumcise them and to command them to keep the Torah of Moshe. So this was common belief. This was a common debate of the time. That's actually why they're going up to Jerusalem, to find the answer to that question, or they know the answer to that question. They want the council to make a proclamation on this. In Galatians 2, we see this event being spoken of too. It says, then after 14 years, I again went to Jerusalem with Barnabas. Okay, so Shaul and Barnabas went up to Jerusalem with certain others. They took Titus along too. What were they going up for? They were going up to see whether you had to be circumcised according to the practice of Moshe in order to be saved. And I went up by revelation and laid before them the good news which I proclaim among the Gentiles. So this is what they were doing on the way, as we were told in Acts 15. But separately to those who were esteemed, lest somehow I run or had run in vain. But not even Titus, who was with me, though a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. So does that mean that Titus rejected circumcision? Of course not. What it is saying is that this debate, you have to be circumcised to be saved, not even Titus was compelled. What does it mean by compelled? By that argument. Not even Titus, even though he was a Greek, was compelled by the argument to be circumcised. But as for the false brothers, sneakingly brought in, who sneaked in to spy out our freedom which we have in Messiah Yeshua, in order to enslave us, so to these rather we did not yield in circumcision, not even subjection rather, which would be circumcision, not even for an hour, so that the truth of the good news remains with you. So this was the debate. This is what was happening. Titus, who was with them, was not compelled to be circumcised. What they were trying to do is they were trying to take them from the promise which was made to Abraham, that faith would be accounted, or belief would be accounted as righteousness, and instead they were saying, no, if you want to be declared righteous, you've got to be circumcised and you've got to follow under You've got to follow all of the Torah and then be declared righteous before Elohim by your works rather than by your belief. Not that you wouldn't get circumcised, not that you wouldn't follow the Torah, just that you're not doing that to be saved. You're doing it as an outgrowth of your belief. Exodus 12 verse 48 says, "And when a stranger sojourns with you and shall perform the Passover to Jehovah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and perform it, and he shall be as a native of the land, but let no uncircumcised eat of it." And that word uncircumcised is arel, and it's a word that just means with foreskin. In English, we wouldn't say with foreskin, we would say uncircumcised, but that's what it means. Now, the guy that was commenting on the "What does the New Testament teach about circumcision" video, he was saying that this was part of the debate, that Yeshua is our Passover lamb. So people were saying that in order to partake of the Passover lamb, you had to be physically circumcised. Otherwise, Yeshua being the Passover lamb didn't profit you at all. And that may well be the case. It seems in Paul's writings, he's focusing on the idea that people were saying you had to be circumcised and do the Torah for salvation rather than by faith. That's the part of the debate that he focuses on. But this may well have been a part of the debate as well. What people are missing in this is that there is not just the earthly tabernacle, there's also the heavenly tabernacle. Yeshua was sacrificed, his sacrifice was accepted on the altar of the heavenly tabernacle. The earthly tabernacle, as we'll see, is for the flesh. Heavenly tabernacle is for the conscience. Our hearts are sprinkled from a wicked conscience. So to physically partake of the Passover lamb sacrificed on the altar of the earthly tabernacle, your flesh needed to be circumcised. To partake of the Passover lamb offered and accepted on the heavenly altar, it would be your heart that has to be circumcised. And the circumcision of the heart is something that we'll look at as we go through this. This is the word arel. You can see for yourselves here, uncircumcised or having foreskin. This is what it means. You're circumcised, you have cut off your foreskin. If you are uncircumcised, you have a foreskin. That's the definition. So the verse where we learn about the difference between the earthly tabernacle and the heavenly tabernacle is, of course, Hebrews 9:13-14. It says, "For if the blood of bulls and goats and the ashes of a heifer, sprinkling the defiled, sets apart for the cleansing of the flesh, how much more shall the blood of the Messiah, who through the everlasting Spirit offered himself unblemished to Elohim, cleanse your conscience?" Okay, and Yeshua was offered in the heavenly tabernacle. The Passover lamb was offered in the earthly tabernacle. One for the cleansing of the flesh, one for the cleansing of the conscience. One requires the circumcision of the flesh, one requires the circumcision of the heart. So the Jerusalem Council, James, made this decision. They go up to them and they say, this is the question. Do you have to be circumcised according to the manner, custom, practice of Moshe? And this is what the council decide. Therefore, I judge that we should not trouble those from among the Gentiles who are turning to Elohim, but that we write to them to abstain from the defilements of idols and from fornication and from what is strangled and from blood. For from ancient generations Moshe has in every city those proclaiming him, being read in the congregations every Sabbath. So what is required is what Abraham had, which is belief in what Yahovah has said. That belief causes you to do what he has said. So first of all, it's belief. Don't trouble those from among the Gentiles who are turning to God. Instead, tell them these 4 things. These are the things which they should repent of off the bat. All things from the Torah. Because Moses is preached in every city. So it works the same way that it worked with Abraham. He had faith first, and then Elohim told him what to do. That's the way it works for us. Okay, you don't go to a Gentile who you are trying to get to turn, to repent to Yahovah. You don't go to them and say, here's all of the laws. You're going to need to be doing all of them and to get circumcised. And then at that point, you will be justified before Elohim. It's not how it works. It's not how the scriptures describe the process. It's not how it worked with Abraham. And it's not how it works when the Jerusalem Council say what to tell the Gentiles. And they specifically say that their reasoning for that is because Moses is preached in every city on the Sabbath day. That's how we, each one of us, everyone listening to this video, I would imagine, has come to Elohim. First of all, you had belief in Elohim, and then you have slowly learned what is required of you, possibly culminating today in you realizing what is required of you is that you would take the sign of the covenant by which you are saved in your flesh. In Acts 16, so right after that decision of the Jerusalem Council, which Paul and Timothy take to them, we see this event. It says, and he came to Derbe and Lystra, and see, a certain disciple was there, named Timothy, the son of a certain Yehudite woman, Jewish woman who believed, but his father was Greek. So this is Paul. He comes to Derbe and Lystra, and he finds Timothy there, who was well spoken of by the brothers who were at Lystra and Iconium. So he is a disciple. He is somebody who has come to Yahovah by faith. And we see this. Shaul wished to have this one go with him, and he took him and circumcised him because of the Jews who were in those places, for they all knew that his father was Greek. And that's the part that people will focus on when they're listening to this. They'll say, see, look, he only circumcised him because of the Jews, and you know the Jews like circumcision, so Paul circumcised him because of that. That very much is an insult to Paul. Paul was a man who was prepared to be beaten and stoned and imprisoned in order to preach the word to people. He's certainly not bothered by Jewish people and their attitudes towards Timothy, who was with him, except for that righteousness would be done. He's not saying, oh, I don't personally think that we need to be circumcised, but go on, the Jews think that Timothy needs to be circumcised, so we'll do it. But as we saw in Galatians 5 verse 11, Paul still proclaims circumcision, just not for salvation. So when he comes to Timothy, who is not yet circumcised, he takes him and circumcises him so that he can go on the trip with him. People will look at this as well, and they'll use this as an excuse for why they are not circumcised. Well, Timothy wasn't circumcised, as if Timothy's circumcision or uncircumcision was because of his hard-heartedness towards circumcision. 1 Corinthians 7 verse 18 is a verse that people will commonly bring up, and if you read it in the English here, you can see why people think that this verse is against circumcision. It says, was anyone called while circumcised? Let him not become uncircumcised. Was anyone called while uncircumcised? Let him not be circumcised. Again, was anyone called while uncircumcised? Let him not be circumcised. Again, just like what he said in Galatians 5 verse 2, you pluck that out of the context of what Paul is writing here to the Corinthians, and also out of the context of this debate which was happening at the time, then it would sound like, well, there you go, there's your definitive answer. If you're uncircumcised, don't get circumcised. There's much more to understand about what's going on in this verse. And since we now understand the context of this debate, which is raging at the time and which Paul writes about in most of his letters, we can understand that the debate was, will you become circumcised for your salvation? In the context of that, Paul is saying, if you're called while uncircumcised, don't become circumcised. It's also the context of his first statement of, if you're called while circumcised, let him not become uncircumcised. But that's not what it says. Okay? People think that this word has to do with the stretching out of the foreskin, and so by implication, they've translated it as becoming uncircumcised. Well, if we look at the Greek words used, we can see anyone called while circumcised, don't become epispao. Okay, if you're called while acrobustia, which is the word for foreskin and uncircumcised, let him not become peritemno. So it's not circumcised to uncircumcised, uncircumcised to circumcised. There's three words used there, and to understand them unlocks what this passage is actually saying. Remember, when you read the translation, how those words have been translated is largely dependent on the doctrine of the translator. Since this is translated in most English Bibles by people with your mainstream Christian doctrine that circumcision is no longer necessary, then they have translated it in this way. But I'm going to unpick their reasoning for you here. So this word, epispao, G1986, okay, you can see here, this word is only used once in all of the New Testament. Once. It's not used in the Septuagint. Once in all of Scripture, in the Septuagint or the New Testament. So the translation of this word is absolutely vital. How Strong's has spoken of this is to draw on, let him not draw on his foreskin. As you'll see as we go through this, this is a massive stretch, if you will excuse the pun. It's made up of two words. It's made up of epi and spao, making together epispao. Epi, as you can see here, is a preposition. So it just means on, in, upon, unto, or to. You can see here how it's translated 120 times as in, 196 times as on, 159 times as upon. So it can be whatever spao is, spao on, spao in, spao upon. So what does spao mean? Spao means to draw. Okay, it's used in the New Testament to mean to draw one's sword. Okay, so epispao could be draw on, could be draw in. And that's actually what it turns out to be, what makes sense in that context. This is the natural meaning of the word. The reason that it has been translated as uncircumcised is because they leap from saying this means drawn on to then saying there was a practice of pulling on short foreskins, and as it turns out it's short foreskins, to then saying it therefore means uncircumcised. That is not good logical progression. That is a fantastic example of a doctrinal translation, a translation which is necessitated by doctrine or supporting doctrine. They don't understand what the debate is that's happening at the time. They don't understand the context of what Paul is saying. They don't even understand that you need to follow Torah. So no wonder these errors are made. So 1 Corinthians 7:18 actually says in its plain reading, was anyone called while circumcised? Let him not become drawn in. Was anyone called while uncircumcised? Let him not be circumcised. So what does that mean? There's a debate. Are you going to be circumcised for your salvation? A debate that not even Titus was compelled to be circumcised by. So if you're already circumcised, don't get drawn in to the debate. If you're uncircumcised, don't get circumcised because of that. Be like Titus, who was not compelled to be circumcised by this debate, that they were on their way to Jerusalem to have the council make a decision on. This is Thayer's Greek lexicon. This is Thayer's Greek lexicon. Now, Thayer was a Christian, and he followed Christian doctrine, standard Christian doctrine. And this is what he writes about this. He's saying that the once that it's used in Scripture, here, 1 Corinthians 7:18, from the days of Antiochus Epiphanes down, and then he gives two references. He says Maccabees 1:15, Joseph Antiquities, book 12, chapter 5, section 1, I think. There have been Jews who, in order to conceal from heathen persecutors or scoffers the external sign of their nationality, in other words, their circumcision, sought artificially to compel nature to reproduce the pupus, that's the foreskin, by extending or drawing forward with an iron instrument or a wooden instrument called the fibula, the remnant of it still left, so as to cover the glands. Now, as it turns out, this is actually incorrect. This procedure was used on people who had a short foreskin, because it was called infibulation. Those with the short foreskin, in that culture, the Greek and Roman culture, were looked down upon and they were mocked. As you can see here, heathen persecutors or scoffers. This was something that if you went to a Greek gymnasium or you went to a Roman bath, this was something that you would be scorned for. And there are many writings, historical writings, which verify this. So the Jews who wanted to become a part of Greek culture or Roman culture, they would seek to hide the fact that they were circumcised in order to avoid shame. Now, usually when you read Thayer's, he's going to give you references where that word, epispao, is used to mean drawn forward in order to cover the glands. But that's not what he does in this case. In this case, he's giving historical references which allude to the practice itself, rather than that word ever having been used to mean that. It has never been used to mean that. And I searched extensively to find an example. The one time you'll find this word used and presumed to mean that is the New Testament in 1 Corinthians 7:18. The word, its natural meaning, is drawn in, and that is an understanding which makes perfect sense according to everything else that Paul wrote. The debate which was commonly wrote about in the New Testament makes perfect sense. When people don't have that context, this is the conclusion that Thayer, Christian, has come to. So let's look at those sources which he is saying, which he's putting forward to suggest that epispao means drawing the foreskin, drawing on the foreskin. It's not even a phrase that it would sound natural to say. It means drawing on the foreskin, and it's this historical practice. So, first of all, let's look at Josephus' Antiquities. The sons of Tobias took the part of Menelaus, but the greater part of the people assisted Jason, and by that means Menelaus and the sons of Tobias were distressed and retired to Antiochus, and informed him that they were desirous to leave the laws of their country and the Jewish way of living according to them, and to follow the king's laws, to follow Antiochus's laws and the Grecian way of living. Wherefore they desired his permission to build them a gymnasium at Jerusalem. And when he had given them leave, they also hid the circumcision of their genitals, that even when they were naked, they might appear to be Greeks. Accordingly, they left off all the customs that belonged to their own country and imitated the practices of the other nations. So what this doesn't do is use the word epispao to refer to this practice. Doesn't even refer to the practice of drawing on the foreskin or pulling the foreskin forward. It says that they desired to hide their circumcision. And as we'll see, the way that this was done is not just by infibulation, but also by a process with a similar name to epispao called epispasm. Okay, and we'll get on to that as we go through. In Maccabees, it says they built a gymnasium in Jerusalem according to the custom of the Greeks, and they made for themselves foreskins. Okay, they made for themselves foreskins. As we'll see, epispasm is actually an operation that would make a man wince, that actually did make a foreskin for him. Infibulation, maybe if you were talking about drawing a short foreskin forward, you could refer to it as making a foreskin for yourself. But actually, it doesn't matter, because Thea is just drawing on historical references to a practice in order to justify saying that this word refers to that practice without any historical support for that assumption. Read a lot of weird things this week. This is the University of Mississippi Undergraduate Research Journal, Volume 2, Circumcision in Hellenistic Judaism. Hellenistic Judaism is kind of Judaism with Greek influence. As we've seen, the Jews wanted to go to the gymnasiums or go to the Roman baths in some cases. They wanted to hide their circumcision. They wanted to make foreskins for themselves so they could build a gymnasium in Jerusalem. But this is reverse circumcision in Hellenistic Judaism. It says, how does a person make for oneself a foreskin? There are two procedures in the ancient world designed to undo circumcision. As it happens, there are actually more than two, but this will suffice for the purposes of what we need to know. Infibulation and epispasm. Infibulation, according to Celsus, the first century medical author, involved drawing the skin around the penis to cover the glands, fastening it with a fibula or twine. So that was done when somebody had a short foreskin. You would draw the foreskin forward, and then you would put like a little pin through it so that it covered the glands. That was what was particularly repulsive to the Romans and the Greeks. It was the exposing of the glands. It was a big cultural no-no. Fastening it with a fibula or twine. Epispasm, which is often called the Cadillac of corrective surgeries, is the most effective procedure known to undo circumcision. And indeed it is. It's not what I would ever opt for, though. It says epispasm was a challenging operation. The surgeon would cut the skin on the shaft of the penis, pull it forward to cover the glands, and dress it carefully so that the skin would attach itself to the glands, leaving a foreskin. Bear in mind that this operation was practiced without anesthesia. Though Celsus promises that the operation was not so very painful, I think that maybe he had a different perspective on medical procedures like amputations and things, but sounds like a pretty horrific procedure to me. Then the person who's writing this paper says there simply is not enough data to state whether First Maccabees refers to either infibulation or epispasm. It is possible that Hellenistic Jews were practicing both infibulation and epispasm. I think it's pretty obvious that it's talking about making a foreskin for yourself, which is epispasm. But even if it's talking about this process, which was used for short foreskins, even if it is, it makes no difference. That doesn't mean that the word epispato necessarily is referring to that practice. Okay, so I was actually looking when I came across this for literary evidence of epispato, and I came across literary evidence for epispasm. It contained some interesting information. Okay, let's start here. However, a fresh assessment of the evidence suggests that the practice of epispasm prevailed throughout the Hellenistic and Roman ages and attained a plateau in popularity in the 1st century CE. Since an allusion to epispasm does not necessarily refer to the Antiochene period, reference to epispasm does not fix the date of an ancient Jewish work. Literary evidence concerning epispasm, motives for epispasm, and ancient Jewish attitudes towards circumcision confirm these conclusions. The great Roman medical textbooks record treatments designed to lengthen defectively short foreskins. Dioscorides, physician to Nero's troops, prescribes the herb thapsia to help restore the foreskin, this is the short foreskin again, by causing it to swell. He says this method will not avail for those who have been circumcised. Of course, because if you've been circumcised, you've had your foreskin removed. We will get onto the practice of just removing a small portion of the foreskin, which is not proper biblical circumcision, but we'll get onto that as we go through. That's a belief which has kind of insidiously become a part of the Torah movement, which is not correct. And we'll look at that more in depth as we go on. So the word epispato and the word epispasm are obviously very similar words. Okay, epispasm is obviously different to epispato. You wouldn't want to confuse them. Okay, just like in English, you wouldn't want to confuse circumscribing your penis with circumcising your penis. Sounds similar, very, very different procedures. Epispasm comes from the Greek epispasmos. Okay, sounds similar to epispato, but spato means draw. Here we can see the spasmos means spasm or convulsion. So it would mean in spasm or in convulsion, which I would suggest is probably a very apt name for slicing through the skin on the shaft of your penis and pulling it forward to make a new foreskin. So these are very, very different practices. If you wanted to refer to somebody becoming uncircumcised, you would refer to the process of epispasmos, not the process of infibulation via rather the word epispato. That's just huge leaps, huge unjustified leaps that there is no evidence for. The other historical work that Thayer referred to was this, but as you can see, it's quite pricey to get hold of this, and all this work actually shows is the historical practice. It doesn't use the word epispato to mean this practice. And this guy who wrote this book, Johannes Buxtorf, is actually a very interesting guy. He was once arrested for being at a circumcision. He was a Christian, and at the time, Judaism and Jewish practices were very frowned upon. If you kept the Sabbath, it was illegal after Constantine, for example. Circumcision was frowned upon. A Christian in the town where he was from, going to a Jewish circumcision was something that he could face prosecution for. He said that he did it to strengthen his faith against the abhorrent practice of circumcision. But this is another historical reference to this practice of drawing the foreskin. When somebody has a short foreskin, that doesn't mean that epispato is referring to that practice. It's not naturally how you would refer to that practice in Greek anyway. So back to 1 Corinthians 7:18. Was anyone called while circumcised? Let him not be drawn in. What epispato actually means. Was anyone called while uncircumcised or with foreskin, akrobustia? Let him not be circumcised. Why? It was because of that argument that was being made. You have to be circumcised for justification. And we see this by what Paul writes in verse 19. He says, the circumcision is nothing. The foreskin, the akrobustia, is nothing. But the guarding of the commands of Elohim does matter. This is the argument that Paul repeatedly advances every time. It's not about whether you have a foreskin or whether you don't have a foreskin. What matters is whether you are doing it to keep the commands of Elohim. Abraham was uncircumcised when he was justified before Elohim, but he circumcised himself because of his faith. So it's not that you're uncircumcised. That makes no difference. Abraham was uncircumcised. It's not that you're circumcised. That makes no difference. What makes a difference is whether you have faith and keep the commands of Elohim. So if you're circumcised, don't become drawn into this argument. Circumcision's nothing, uncircumcision's nothing. It's about your faith. If you're uncircumcised, don't become circumcised because of this, because the circumcision means nothing. The uncircumcision means nothing. It's about whether or not you're keeping the commands of Elohim. In Leviticus 12:1-3, we have part of the covenant made with Abraham codified into law. Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the children of Israel, saying, when a woman is conceived and has given birth to a male child, she shall be unclean 7 days, as in the days of her monthly separation she is unclean, so she cannot enter into the temple. On the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin is circumcised. Okay? So, for us, if people are listening to this video now and you are uncircumcised, it is not sin for you to not be circumcised. Okay? But if you have a male son of 8 days old and you do not circumcise them, that is sin. The point at which it becomes sin to not be circumcised is if you find out, you've got faith, you've got belief in Elohim, that's how you're justified before him, then you find out the part of the covenant is that you would receive the sign of the covenant in your flesh, and at that point you say, no, I'm not doing it, because that is unbelief. And anything that is not done in faith is sin. Okay, so at that point it would become sin, the refusal. Okay, but just being uncircumcised and either intending in the future to become circumcised or just being unaware that that is a part of what Yehovah asks of his people, that is not sin. But it absolutely is sin to not circumcise your child, your male child, on the 8th day. Paul explains how all of this works beautifully with allusion to Abraham in Romans chapter 4. He says Is this blessing then upon the circumcised only, or also upon the uncircumcised, or the acrobustia, those with foreskin? For we affirm, belief was reckoned unto Abraham for righteousness. Okay? Was that when he was circumcised or when he wasn't? How then was it reckoned? Being in circumcision or in uncircumcision? Not in circumcision, but in uncircumcision. So belief can be reckoned to somebody as righteousness when they are uncircumcised. Their circumcision isn't like something which has some kind of, for want of a better word, a magical effect on somebody. That's not the case. The circumcision itself is nothing. What is the deciding factor is whether or not you have faith, whether or not your heart is circumcised. Because if your heart is circumcised, just like Abraham, you will take the sign of the covenant by which you are justified. And he received the sign of circumcision, a seal of the righteousness of the belief, while in uncircumcision. So he had that righteousness in uncircumcision that came from his belief. But he received that sign of circumcision as a seal of the righteousness of the belief that he had while he was uncircumcised. For him to be a father of all those believing through uncircumcision. So he is spiritual father to those, or a progenitor perhaps, to those who believe even though they're uncircumcised. For righteousness to be reckoned to them also. Because when I believed, when I was uncircumcised as well. So Abraham was a progenitor of me, somebody who believed even though he was uncircumcised. And the father of circumcision to those who not only are of the circumcision, so those who are circumcised at birth, the circumcision was a term used to refer to the Jews, but who also walk in the steps of belief, which our father had in uncircumcision. So he says, Abraham is a father of circumcision. And then he makes absolutely explicitly clear that he's not just talking about to the Jews, he's also talking about to those who follow in his steps, those who believe whilst uncircumcised and then become circumcised. So this is the entire debate explained beautifully by Paul. In Galatians 5 verse 6 it says, For in Messiah Yeshua neither circumcision nor uncircumcision or foreskin has any strength, but faith working through love. So just like when he said, the circumcision's naught, the uncircumcision's naught, but guarding the commands of Elohim, shamaring the commands of Elohim, treasuring them, cherishing those commands. That's what's important, faith working through love. In Galatians 6:15, he says, For in Messiah Yeshua neither circumcision nor uncircumcision has any strength. That's not going to be the thing that makes the difference. But a new creature, one with a circumcised heart, one who has faith working through love, one who guards the commands of Elohim and therefore becomes circumcised in exactly the same way that Abraham did. Colossians 2:13 is an interesting one to consider. It says, And you, being dead in your trespasses and the uncircumcision of your flesh. Being dead in your trespasses, perhaps you understand, but being dead in the uncircumcision of your flesh, that doesn't quite jive with your normal Christian doctrine, does it? Paul also explains in Romans 2 this idea that if you're circumcised, that has no strength in and of itself. He says, For circumcision indeed profits you if... Excuse me, I'll just have some water. Circumcision indeed profits you if you practice the Torah. But if you are a transgressor of the Torah, your circumcision has become uncircumcision. We'll see Yehovah speaking of punishing the circumcised with the uncircumcised in a verse in a little bit. But if you're circumcised but you break the Torah, your circumcision is counted as uncircumcision. You may as well be uncircumcised before Yahovah, because circumcision is naught, uncircumcision is naught, but the guarding of the Torah. So if an uncircumcised one with foreskin, literally one with acrobustia, watches over the righteousnesses of the Torah, shall not his uncircumcision be reckoned as circumcision? So if you're uncircumcised, but you're walking in faith, you're keeping all of the commands of the Torah, your uncircumcision before Elohim is counted as circumcision. That doesn't mean you don't need to become circumcised, because at that point you are then not walking in faith, not keeping the commands, not guarding the covenant with Elohim. But if you were to die in that state and you were uncircumcised and you were walking in belief, then Yahovah would not hold your uncircumcision against you. It would be reckoned as if you had been circumcised. And the uncircumcised by nature, the one with foreskin by nature, who perfects the Torah, shall judge you, who notwithstanding letter and circumcision are a transgressor of the Torah. So the uncircumcised by nature, that would be a Gentile, who perfects the Torah, someone who's walking in faith, doing all the commandments, they would judge a Jew who was part of the circumcision, or a transgressor, or was a transgressor of the Torah. Because again, circumcision's nothing, the uncircumcision's nothing in and of itself. It's whether or not you have faith, whether or not you have a circumcised heart. For he is not a Jew who is so outwardly, neither is circumcision that which is outward in the flesh. But a Jew is he who is so inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart. So again, it's just the same message that Paul always writes. It's not about the circumcision as the be-all and end-all. That's not what decides whether you're saved or not. There are tons of Jewish people who are going around and they're circumcised, but their circumcision's counted as uncircumcision, which should show us that uncircumcision is not a desirable state in and of itself. Deuteronomy 10:12-16 is an important piece of scripture for us to understand. We can see that Paul draws many of the things which we've seen in his writings from this piece of scripture. People will say, okay, so, or they'll misunderstand that now circumcision's not important. Now it's all about the circumcision of the heart. They think after Yeshua, we're now circumcised in heart, whereas before Yeshua, we were circumcised in flesh. That is not the case. It has always been that we are to be circumcised in flesh and circumcised in heart. Abraham was circumcised in heart before flesh, and it has to be the same for us. So verse 12 says, "And now, Yisrael, what is Yahovah your Elohim asking of you? But to fear Yahovah your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, to serve Yahovah your Elohim with all your heart, with all your soul, to guard the commands of Yahovah and his Torah, which I command you today for your good." Circumcision's not, uncircumcision's not. It's guarding the commands that's important. "See, the heavens and the heaven of heavens belong to Yahovah your Elohim, also the earth with all that is in it. Yahovah delighted only in your fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, you above all peoples, as it is today." So, do the Torah. That's important. "You shall circumcise the foreskin of your heart and harden your neck no more." Okay, to be uncircumcised in heart or uncircumcised in ear is to not be submitted to Yahovah, to not have faith or belief in Yahovah and his word. Just like we are required to be circumcised in heart, they were too. And that's the thing which is of primary importance, but it's not the thing which is the only important thing. In Jeremiah 4, verse 4, It says, circumcise yourselves unto Yahovah, and take away the foreskins of your hearts. Just like you would circumcise yourself and remove the foreskin of your penis, you would take away the foreskin from your heart. Jeremiah 6:10, to whom shall I speak and give warning, so that they hear? See, their ear is uncircumcised. That's that word arel, with foreskin, one with foreskin. Their ear is one with foreskin, is what that says. And they are unable to listen. See, the word of Yahovah is a reproach to them. They do not delight in it. They're not zealous for it. This is speaking of, or it speaks to, those people who hear that they're to be circumcised and they don't like it. They take no delight in that. The word of Yahovah is in fact a reproach to them because it's declaring that they are not in a correct position with Yahovah, that Yahovah would require something of them. Not the first time you hear it, but when you know that and you then refuse to become circumcised after that point, and you start making excuses like, well, Timothy wasn't circumcised until Paul circumcised him, and all the excuses come out. It's because one's heart is not circumcised. For somebody in that position, in fact, it wouldn't make any difference whether they got circumcised in the flesh or not. If they're uncircumcised in heart, that's the thing of primary importance. Circumcision is nothing and uncircumcision is nothing. What matters is whether you're doing it to follow Yahovah's word, if you're doing it through faith, if you're doing it because you are a new creature, if you're doing it to guard the commands of the Torah. Acts 7 verse 51 says, you stiff-necked and uncircumcised in heart and ears. And that word's a very interesting word. Circumcised is peritemno. Uncircumcised here is not acrobustia. It's not saying you are with foreskin in your heart and ears. It's saying you haven't circumcised your heart and ears. You are a perimetos. Okay, you haven't circumcised yourself, is what that says, in heart and ears. You always resist the Holy Spirit as your fathers did, so you also do. Ezekiel 44 verse 9. Okay, Ezekiel 40 through 48, talking of the millennial kingdom, a prophecy yet future, and it says, thus said the Master Yahovah, no son of a foreigner, uncircumcised in heart or uncircumcised in flesh, comes into my set-apart place, even any son of a foreigner who is among the children of Israel. It's always been a requirement. It's always going to be a requirement. You have to be circumcised in heart and in flesh. Jeremiah 9:23-26 says, thus said Yahovah, let not the wise boast in his wisdom, nor let the mighty boast in his might, nor let the rich boast in his riches. But let him who boasts boast of this, that he understands and knows me, that I am Yahovah, doing kindness, justice, and righteousness in the earth. For in these I delight, declares Yahovah. See, the days are coming, declares Yahovah, when I shall punish all circumcised with the uncircumcised. Mitzrayim and Yehudah and Edom and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all those trimmed on the edges who dwell in the wilderness, for all the Gentiles are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in heart. So we can see he's going to punish the circumcised, because the circumcision and the uncircumcision, or your circumcision or your foreskin, is nothing. What matters is whether you are circumcised in heart. And of course, being circumcised in heart, you then become circumcised in flesh, just like Abraham. Okay, so this is that reverse circumcision in Hellenistic Judaism again. I've included this because I want to address the idea that the secular world, atheists, the progressive left-wing world is launching currently a huge attack on the word of Elohim through attacking the process of circumcision. And I want you to be able to see how people in academia, secular atheistic people in academia, how they objectively view these things because they do not believe the word to be true. It says, although it is likely that Judeans inherited circumcision from other people groups, is it? In the wider Near East, Judean circumcision in the Hellenistic era had several distinct features. Uniquely Jewish texts, or Judaite texts, command the forced circumcision of all males while they are still infants. Genesis 17:12. That Judeans were practicing infant circumcision on all males in the infancy stage is distinct from any other circumcision practice in the wider Near East in which only a few males were circumcised as they transitioned from boyhood to manhood. The idea being promulgated here is that that is a good thing, of course. The means by which Judean circumcision gained its uniqueness is the subject of much debate. It might be in the academic papers of secular authors, but it's certainly not in those who have a circumcised heart who believe the word. Listen to the language. They command the forced circumcision of all males while they are still infants. Now, it doesn't matter what the secular world, what the atheistic world think. We're not to judge them for their beliefs. We leave that to Yehovah. But it does matter when those beliefs start bleeding into the Torah movement and other people groups who follow Yehovah as they understand to. Here is an article written by a Jewish man. He says, for several decades, opposition to circumcision has been building in the United States and within the American Jewish community. This year, the people of San Francisco will see on their ballots a proposed ordinance banning circumcision entirely, with no exception for religious Jews or Muslims. As others have written in these pages already, this measure is offensive and overbroad, and at least some of its proponents are clearly guilty of anti-Semitism. It's also, in my view, unconstitutional. Presumably, he means freedom to pursue religion. Civil liberty groups and Jewish organizations have roundly condemned it, and defeat seems likely. But San Francisco is a harbinger of things to come, and critiques of circumcision are not limited to the lunatic fringe. Opponents say that circumcision is a brutal, non-consensual mutilation of a child that results in a permanent loss of sensitivity. As somebody who is circumcised, I can tell you that that is not true. Our society doesn't allow parents to abuse their children, this argument runs. So why should we allow this particular form of violence, which is irrevocable and damaging? Proponents counter that circumcision reduces the risk of HIV transmission and some STDs, and that the mutilation in question is relatively minor, and that in the case of religious communities, it is time-honored and religiously mandated. Personally, were it not for my Jewish heritage, I would never circumcise a child of my own. I do not have children, though my partner and I are considering it. There is no question that circumcision reduces sexual pleasure, which I find philosophically repugnant. This is a Jewish man. This is somebody who follows the scriptures as they understand to, and even they are being swayed by these kind of progressive left-wing, San Francisco area arguments to come from secular, atheistic academia. Academia is great, apart from when it's talking about spiritual issues, and things like evolution and about the scriptures. It seems that those people have a zealousness for finding out information which is contrary to the Bible, or putting forward information which is contrary to the Bible. And it should be no surprise that the sign of the Abrahamic covenant, the covenant by which we are saved, the seal of the righteousness of the faith that we have has been under attack by atheists, by the Christian religion, lukewarm Torah keepers, and liberal pseudoscience. You'll see things like this. When will I be protected from genital mutilation? This is actually a clever bait and switch. Female circumcision, which actually is genital mutilation and is referred to as such, the removal of the clitoris, that is genital mutilation. But now this term has started to be used of male circumcision. Genital mutilation, you can actually find it referred to as male genital mutilation. And what caring mother would see something like this and not be at least partially swayed to think, well, this is something horrific. I can't do this to my child. And then you find the papers about, well, it does this and it does that, and it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Just like you'll find scientific papers against the word of Elohim in many aspects. So this is actually something which is gaining traction, as it is in the Jewish community. It's gaining traction in the Torah keeping community. Some Torah keepers don't go as far as to say, well, we shouldn't be circumcising at all. Praise Yah. But what they have been sucked into is a lie that the form of circumcision that was practiced in ancient times was not the removal of the foreskin and the revealing of the glands. Instead, what it was the removal of the tip, the very tip of the foreskin. One of the things that people like this will point to is the statue of David, Michelangelo's David. Okay, and this statue, as it turns out, is actually uncircumcised. But what these people say is that what is being shown here is just this partial form of circumcision. In 2 Samuel 10:4-5, it says, so Hanun took David's servants and shaved off half of their beards and cut off their garments in the middle as far as their buttocks and sent them away. This is something that was done to shame them, because in that culture, to have your beard shaved was something that would be shameful. They informed David, and he sent to meet them because the men were greatly ashamed. And the king said, wait at Jericho until your beards have grown and then return. So one thing that you'll notice about Michelangelo's David, other than his uncircumcised penis, is the fact that he doesn't have a beard. So Michelangelo's art is not an anatomically correct reproduction of what a Jew of the time looked like. Rather, what it reflects is the Greco-Roman aesthetic standards of beauty. Remember that the revealing of the glands was something that was shameful. It's not something that would be reproduced in Renaissance art. The idea that Michelangelo, a 26-year-old Florentian, was somebody who had an intimate knowledge of Jewish circumcision and accurately reflected that in his statue of David is a nonsense. But these are the sorts of crumbs that people who want to hold on to these things will gravitate towards. With Yeshua, in Luke 2, verse 21, it says, and when 8 days were completed for him to be circumcised. Okay, so Yeshua was circumcised after 8 days. Michelangelo's David doesn't show David to be circumcised. In art of the same era, okay, you see Yeshua. This is Renaissance art from the area that we now know as Italy. Yeshua is depicted as uncircumcised. He's clearly older than 8 days old here, and yet he is shown as uncircumcised rather. It's because the art isn't accurately reproducing religious information or Jewish practices or anything like that. It's reflecting the norms of the time and of the societies in which this art was produced. This is from epispasm, circumcision in reverse. So epispasm is that procedure by which the skin of the penis is cut and then it forms a new foreskin. A simple surgical procedure called infibulation was another option for a defectively short foreskin. A surgeon would pierce the foreskin to receive a light wooden pin called a fibula. With the fibula inserted, the foreskin was held neatly closed. Infibulation was supposed to improve the voice and health of adolescent boys. But Celsus, the author of a medical text from the 1st century CE, doubts the therapeutic value of infibulation for this purpose. Infibulation could also be used by those who have been circumcised. Some circumcised Jews concealing their circumcision by drawing the skin around the penis forward and securing it with a fibula or with twine. Martial, the Roman poet, ridiculed an infibulated Jewish slave and derided another Jew whose fibula fell out at the bath. So again, here we've got evidence that in the Greek gymnasiums, the Roman baths, if you were circumcised, it was something to be ashamed of. Okay, we also have a hint here of infibulation being used by those who have been circumcised. As we saw in that medical text, when that herb was recommended, it was said that it was of no use for people who have been circumcised, because people who have actually been circumcised, have had the incision around the circumference, the cut around the perimeter, or who have had their foreskin cut off, have no foreskin to draw forward. We have the first hints here of the fact that some Jews of the day were doing this partial circumcision in order to be accepted by the Gentiles that were around them, or to not expose their glands. And regrettably, just as it crept into the Jewish world, it is creeping into the Torah movement. But if we look here, Olah is the Hebrew word, and it means foreskin. It also means uncircumcised. Okay, just one with foreskin is the word for being uncircumcised. Same with akrobustia, the Greek word, having the foreskin uncircumcised. Okay, so if you have a foreskin, you are uncircumcised. It's unquestionably an incision around the circumference of the foreskin. It's unquestionably, and we'll go through the verses, the removal of the foreskin. But as I say, just like today, this idea crept in, and it was for very similar reasons. They wanted to be more acceptable to the cultural norms of the time. Joshua 5, 2-3, it says, "At that time Yahovah said to Yahushua, make knives of flint for yourself and circumcise the sons of Israel again the second time." Does this mean that they had already been circumcised and that actually they could be circumcised for a second time because their foreskin hadn't been removed? No, it's the sons of Israel who were circumcised the second time, not those particular people. The first time they were circumcised was before the Passover, when they left Egypt. This is when we see Zipporah throwing the foreskin at Moses' feet. That's the first time that the sons of Israel were circumcised. This generation in Joshua are the second generation, and so the sons of Israel needed to be circumcised again a second time. So Yahushua made knives of flint for himself, and he cut off the sons of Israel at what? The hill of foreskins. If he was just nicking the top of their foreskin, I think it would have been quite an incredible feat to come up with a hill of them. The scriptures always describe the cutting off of the foreskin as the practice of circumcision. But you'll notice that these people, up until this point, are not circumcised. But when Yehovah says, circumcise them, then they're circumcised. It's just like Timothy. It's just like Abraham. These people were justified by their belief. They were justified by before Yehovah. It was by their belief. Their circumcision came later. Okay, so we've got the Hebrew word translated as circumcise, because that's what the English practice is. So we translate it into English as circumcise, but it is this cutting off, to be cut off. So when you're told to maul the flesh of your foreskin, you're literally being told to cut off the flesh of your foreskin. Peritemno, the Greek word, is to cut around, i.e. to cut around the perimeter. Peritemno, perimeter, that's where you get that from. In Exodus 4:25 to 26, of course in English, circumcise means to make an incision around the circumference. In Exodus 4:25 to 26, it says, and Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son. Okay, karat is another word which means to cut off. If you're going to be cut off from the children of Israel, that's that word, karat, literally meaning cut something off. She cut off the foreskin of her son and she threw it at Moshe's feet and said, you are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me. This is regrettably emblematic of the response that many people have to circumcision today. But she didn't nip off the tip of the foreskin and flick it at him. She cut off the foreskin and threw it at his feet. So he let him go, and she said, you are a bridegroom of blood, because of the circumcision, the mulah, the feminine form there of mul, to cut off, because of the cutting off is essentially what that says. But again, it's the removal of the foreskin that we see throughout Scripture. 1 Samuel 18:25 to 27 says, and Shaul said, say to David, the king has no delight in any payment for the bride, but 100 foreskins of the Philistines. The Philistines were referred to as the uncircumcised, an uncircumcised man, a Philistine. What the bride price was 100 foreskins to circumcise 100 Philistines. Servants declared these words to David, pleased David well to become the king's son-in-law, and the days had not expired. David arose and went, he and his men, and they smote 200 men of the Philistines, and David brought their foreskins. He didn't bring 200 foreskin tips. He didn't bring, what was asked of him was not 100 foreskin tips. It was 100 foreskins in their entirety. That's what it is to take the sign of the covenant in your flesh. It is to cut off your foreskin. Genesis 34:22 to 25. Only on this condition would the men agree to dwell with us, to be one people. If every male among us is circumcised, as they are circumcised, their herds and their possessions and all their beasts, should they not be ours? Only let us agree with them and let them dwell with us. And all who went out of the gate of his city listened to Hamor and Shechem his son. Every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of his city. It came to be on the third day, when they were in pain, that the two sons of Yaakov, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, each took his sword and came boldly upon the city and killed all the males. Now, if this was the removal of the tip of your foreskin, if two men came into your city, 3 days after it had happened, they're not going to be able to kill all of the men and to plunder the city as they did. Whereas if you have had your foreskin cut off, and again, I can attest to this from experience, on the 3rd day, you would be in pain and you would not be capable of defending your city. Recently, I cut my finger quite severely in the same sort of amount of flesh removed as if you cut off the tip of a foreskin using a potato peeler, and it dug right into my finger and took a piece of skin out that I would not have believed it was capable of beforehand. But 3 days after that happened, if somebody had come to attack, I would have been capable, if so minded, to defend myself. This event, the pain that's involved, the fact that they were able to kill all of the men who had had this done, is another example of what is happening here. In Joshua 5:7-9, it says, "And Yehoshua circumcised their sons, whom he raised up in their place. For they were uncircumcised, they were arel, they were ones with foreskin, because they had not been circumcised on the way." So again, it's the 2nd generation. They were not circumcised along with the 1st generation, so they needed to be circumcised. And this is what he does. This is later in that passage we were reading before. He circumcised them. It came to be, when they had completed circumcising all the nation, they stayed in their places in the camp until they were healed. Again, if it's just this tip of the foreskin, they would not need to remain in the camp until they were healed. It might be a tiny inconvenience, a little bit of pain as you're walking around. Verse 9 says, "And Yehovah said to Yahushua, today I have rolled away the reproach of Mitzrayim from you." This is really important that we get our minds around what this is to Yehovah. When he's talking about, "I'll punish the circumcised with the uncircumcised," he sees the uncircumcised as something which is bad, those who have not taken the sign of the covenant. And he's calling the fact that they've been circumcised, they've removed their foreskins, that it is the reproach of Egypt which has been removed from them. This is a big deal to Yehovah. It's the one thing that he asks of Abraham to have himself at the age of 99 years old. People would like to say, "Oh, I'm old now, I'm not going to do it because I'm old." Abraham was 99, and the children born in his house. Okay, epispasm, circumcision in reverse again. This says, both confirming that many Jews neglected circumcision, again, as it was then, the same is true now in the Torah movement, and affirming the rabbinic commitment to it. The Talmud tells us that Jerusalem fell to the Romans and the temple was destroyed because Jews broke covenant by failing to circumcise their sons. So just like today, it was the same with the Jews then. Some Jews practiced a form of circumcision that did not show, as it was then. The same idea is creeping in now. The reaction can be seen in the Mishnah's requirement that valid circumcision must bear the glands. The need for this ruling implies that some Jews practiced a form of circumcision, perhaps by simply nicking the foreskin in a way that did not bear the glands. But this is a practice which came about afterwards and which the Jews felt the need to correct in their writings by saying that a valid circumcision must bear the glands. It's a removal of the foreskin. But you see how this lie is the same then as it is today. Removing only a little of the foreskin might obviate the need for infibulation or epispasm. The need for, what was the need for it? It was the Greco-Roman culture by which they were surrounded. Jews who circumcised in this manner did not set out to abrogate the covenant of circumcision. They merely tried to keep the covenant without offending their Gentile neighbors by bearing the glands. And you can imagine people believing a similar lie today. Oh, I'm just going to nick the foreskin. I'm not trying to abrogate the covenant that was made with Abraham. I'm actually trying to do the covenant that was made with Abraham. When really, what is happening is people are doing what Charlie referred to Bilam or Balaam doing in Torah portion Balak. When they're not happy with the word, they go back to Yehovah and they try to find something different. They're not happy with what he has said. So people, and we've discussed this recently, they try to twist the word to be how they want it to be. Okay, we'll only do Sukkot for 2 days. We're still doing Sukkot, but it's a bit much to ask for us to dwell in tents for 7 nights. That's a bit too much. So we'll still do Sukkot, but we'll do it a bit differently. We'll still do circumcision, but we'll do it in a way which is more palatable to us and to the culture which is around us. Some people, and not those who are zealous for the word, who are truly circumcised in heart, but when they're challenged by something in the word, they will seek out any opposing argument and believe that. Something that I've seen many times before. And what's actually quite sad about this and quite telling is that this practice of the removal of a small piece of the foreskin, of the flesh, actually belies the removal of only a small piece of the foreskin of the heart. That's the saddest thing of all. What this reminds me of, this whole pretense that, we're not doing it to abrogate the covenant. We still want to do circumcision. We still want to do Sukkot. We still want to wear tzitzit or whatever it is. We just want to tweak it and make it a little bit different, make it a little bit more in line with what we want. What it reminds me of is this. This is how people are. They think that by doing this, they're hiding from Yehovah. What's actually happening is they are uncircumcised in heart, they're stiff-necked, and they want to do another practice instead. This is not true of all people who have done this practice. I mentioned Matt before. He removed a small piece of the foreskin thinking that that was correct, and he did it himself in his zealousness. And that is something which is accounted by Yehovah as circumcision. Because remember, the circumcision is nothing. The uncircumcision is nothing. It's about faith. It's about being a new creature. And it's about that desiring and that guarding, the treasuring and the cherishing of the commands of Yehovah. That's important. But for many people who would gravitate towards this instead of removing the flesh of the foreskin entirely, this is where they're at. Many people who would not want to do Sukkot for your 7 nights, just do it in a way that fits in with their lives. This is where they're at. My favorite one of these pictures is actually this one, because we know, of course, the word is a mirror. It shows us exactly where we're at. This is exactly what it reminds me of in people. We actually used to have a guy that came along to the fellowship, and anything that came up in the word that he didn't like, that would ask him to change something about himself or do something which didn't quite fit in with the way that he wanted to live his life, he would try to find a way where he felt there was an allowance to not do that thing and believe any kind of argument to the contrary, no matter how ludicrous that argument was. If it was a clear-cut matter of, like, don't murder, I don't think that he would have murdered people. But on those issues where people make arguments either way, even when the arguments on the other side are really bad, he would sway towards, oh no, I'm not abrogating the covenant. I'm still doing these things. For example, he was somebody who had very long hair. And the scriptures say that it's a shame for a man to have long hair. It's pretty clear cut. We went through this with him, went through many more scriptures than that with him to show that this idea of a man with long hair and a woman with short hair, to show him it in scripture that was the requirement. But he would spend his time seeking out arguments on the other side, and he would say things like, what exactly is long hair? Now, his hair was most of the way, if not all of the way, down his back. But the idea of what exactly is long hair? Where do we draw the line here? It belies what's actually going on in the heart. Well, how short do I have to, how much hair do I have to cut off in order for me to have my hair still long like I like it, but it not be said to be long? And I just said to him, well, if your wife or your girlfriend had hair as long as yours, would you describe her as having long hair? Now, of course, the obvious answer is yes. That was an example of a person who wouldn't come to Sukkot. Instead of going to Sukkot, he kind of treated Sukkot as a holiday for him and his girlfriend, and maybe we'll go away for the weekend at the time of Sukkot, and maybe we'll pop in while you guys are doing Sukkot, because we're still doing Sukkot, but we're doing it in a way which is palatable to us, not in that zeal response to Yehovah's word. The same, of course, was true with circumcision. Could show circumcision throughout the scriptures, patiently go through it, and his proclivity was to try to seek out arguments against circumcision and to believe them. Again, it's just this betrayal of what is truly going on in the heart. Well, Paul says this, or it says in scripture, Sukkot is only for native-born Israelites, an argument I've heard many times. Okay, or whatever it is, it's like these people use the word. I've described it before as they try to use the word itself as a shield to defend themselves from the word. Like the word contradicts itself, or parts of the word change, or whatever that actually looks like. Okay, but it's these people who think that they're hiding, think that they're kind of pretense. We know in scripture it says that those who hate Yehovah feign obedience to him. That's what these pictures remind me of. In 2 Timothy 3, 7-9, it says, always learning and never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. As Yochanan and Mamre opposed Moshe, so do these also oppose the truth. Men of corrupt minds found worthless concerning the belief. They don't have the belief of Abraham. They don't have the zeal of Pinchas. But they shall not go on further, for their folly shall be obvious to all. And it is obvious. It's so obvious. Just like it's obvious that these animals think that they're obscure, think that they're hidden. When these people feign obedience to Yehovah, it is obvious. So I would challenge you, if you're listening to this video, don't be like these people. Catch yourself in that moment, having that reaction, trying to find any reason for why what I'm saying, that you would need to be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskin, is not true. You're having an angry reaction to it, or whatever that actually looks like. Catch yourself in that moment and repent and say, I do not want to be like these people who are mentioned all the way throughout scripture. In Jude 10-11, it says, these blaspheme that which they do not know, and that which they know naturally, like unreasoning beasts, in these they corrupt themselves. Okay, my foreskin, cut off my foreskin, you've got to be having a laugh. Woe to them, because they have gone in the way of Cain, gave themselves to the delusion of Balaam for a reward. Again, when Charlie went through Torah portion Balak, he pointed out how Balaam was not happy with what had been said. He wanted the word to be different, and so he kept pushing it, he kept challenging it to see if he could get the word to change. And perished in the rebellion of Korach, another person who was not happy with the way that Yahovah had instituted things. So if this has been your reaction, you have this opportunity now to catch yourself in that moment, for the word to be a mirror to you, and for you to not go away and forget what you look like, but to act and demonstrate your zeal for your belief in Yahovah, walking the steps of Abraham, who is a father of circumcision, not only to the circumcision, but to those who follow after him, though they had faith in uncircumcision. 2 Timothy 4:3-4 says, "For there shall be a time when they shall not bear sound teaching, but according to their own desires they shall heap up for themselves teachers tickling the ear." Don't be like these people. Don't think, oh, just remove a bit of the foreskin. I like that better. I know it says to cut off the foreskin, but there were Jews who were doing it in the past. Maybe that's what I'll do. According to their own desires, they shall heap up for themselves teachers tickling the ear. Don't try to find anybody who will agree with you that is correct, and then put all your store in that. Understand what I'm saying to you. They shall indeed turn their ears away from the truth and be turned aside to myths. Why? Because that's what's in their hearts. Their hearts, they have not circumcised. Their hearts are a perimetos. They have not circumcised their hearts. And when it comes to circumcision, please don't think, well, I keep all of the rest of the commands of Torah. Because, again, it's not about being justified by keeping the Torah. It's about being justified by your faith. That faith, as in Abraham, leads you to receive the sign of that covenant. Don't think circumcision is but a little thing. Little things become big things. 1 Corinthians 5:6-8 says, "Your boasting is not good. Do you not know that a little leaven leavens the entire lump? Therefore cleanse out the old leaven, so that you are a new lump. Circumcision has no strength, uncircumcision has no strength, but a new creature, a new lump. As you are unleavened, for also Messiah, our Passover, was offered for us. And to partake of Messiah as the Passover, you must have a circumcised heart. So then let us observe the festival, not with old leaven, nor with the leaven of evil and wickedness, but with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth." Peter speaks in his first letter, he speaks of a preciousness which is for those who have faith. And he's not just talking about circumcision in that passage, but if you read it, it would certainly encompass circumcision, because circumcision is something special. It's something amazing that has been given to those who believe in Yahovah as a sign that they are in covenant with him and that they are heirs and inheritors of the promises made to Abraham. This preciousness then is for you who believe, but to those who are disobedient, the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone, and a stone of stumbling and a rock that makes for falling, who stumble because they are disobedient to the word to which they also were appointed. But you are a chosen race. You're set apart. And part of being set apart from the nations is having that sign in your flesh. A royal priesthood, a set apart nation, a people for a possession, that you should proclaim the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. For once, who once were not a people, but now the people of Elohim, and as such receive the sign of the covenant, who had not obtained compassion and now obtain compassion. So ask yourself, do you shema his word? That is, to hear it, and as a response to that, to obey it. Don't just hear his word, but not obey it. Hear and obey. Do you shema his word? That is, to guard it, to keep it, to treasure it, to cherish his word. Do you navat his word? That is, to look upon it with regard to it, to find out what it says and to do it because you regard that that is his word. You don't navat his word when you find out that the sign of the covenant by which you're saved is to receive a sign of circumcision. You might well shrug your shoulders or think, not really bothered about doing that. Doesn't really sound like all that much fun. You know what? I think I'll skip it. Do you yirah Yahovah? Do you fear Yahovah? Do you reverence Yahovah? Yirah is kind of a culmination of all of these words. Do you love Yahovah? Do you kavod Yahovah's word? That is, to give it weight, to make it weighty, to make it heavy in your life, to esteem his word? Or do you bazar his word? Do you lightly esteem his word? Do you halal his word? Because that's what it is. Well, what people are doing when they're taking these verses and they're using them to say that we do not become circumcised now. Would you halal the word of Yahovah? Would you halal the covenant that was made with Abraham? Or would you avar it? Would you pass over it? When you find that you are required to be circumcised, as you are in covenant with the creator of the heavens and earth, when you find that out, would you simply pass over it and thereby ma'al Yahovah? That's what Moshe did when he did not believe Yahovah to set him apart in the eyes of the children of Israel. He ma'aled him. He acted unfaithfully towards him. And that's what it is to not take the sign of the covenant by which you are saved. All of this is to lo nasa, the word of Yahovah. That is to not accept it. To nasa it is to accept it, to lift it up. To lo nasa it is to not accept it. Yeshua tells us in the parable of the sower that those who bear fruit are those who hear the word and accept it. Genesis 17 verse 11. You shall cut off the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall become a sign of the covenant between me and you. So we've covered in the first part one of the important things, or the things that suggest themselves to me as needing addressing. This idea of Pinchas's zeal and Yahovah entering into covenant with him because of it. So that's something that we see throughout Scripture, even pertaining to us. The other issue that stands out to me is the appointment of Yahoshua as leader to actually lead the second generation into the land. And there's a whole lot of stuff that happens in Joshua's life, which is really interesting stuff. So I just briefly want to kind of walk through Joshua's life, a little bit of the book of Joshua. So this part, as I said before, is going to be a very short part. It's just some information about the tribes. The census has been taken. Them being told you've got to divide the land up, the inheritance, by lot, and then the daughters of Zelophehad, and we see a bit of Yehovah's justices, his mishpatim, in that. So Numbers 25:14 says, the name of the Israelite woman who was killed with the Midianite woman, the Israelite who was killed, was Zimri, son of Salu, a leader of her father's house among the Shemonites. Okay, and of course, Cosbi, the name of the Midianite woman who was killed was Cosbi, the daughter of Ser. He was head of the people of her father's house in Midian. Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, distress the Midianites, and you shall smite them, for they distressed you with their tricks, with which they deceived you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a leader of Midian, their sister, who was killed in the day of the plague because of Peor. So actually, a lot of the stuff which is mentioned in this Torah portion, we're going to see happen or mentioned again, the bulk of the information about in next week's Torah portion. So this idea of distress the Midianites, to go to war with the Midianites, we'll see that next week. The idea of the inheritance being divided up by lot, and we'll also see the daughters of Zelophehad again in next week's Torah portion. Numbers 26:1 says, it came to be after the plague, the Yehovah spoke to Moshe and Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, saying, take a census of all the congregation of the children of Israel from 20 years old and above, by their fathers' houses, everyone going out to the army in Israel. So we've got a census being taken. We know that when a census is taken, half shekel of silver has to be paid for the ransom of each soul among the children of Israel. So in order for them to be counted, this half shekel has to be paid. So that is something that will have happened in this census. So Moshe and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan of Jericho, saying, take a census of the people from 20 years old and above, as Yehovah commanded Moshe and the children of Israel who came out of the land of Mitzrayim. So it's the same deal. It's those who are 20 years old and above, those who are going out to the Sava in Israel, the host, the division, or the army. So these are fighting men, and it's the same requirements that we saw with the first generation in Numbers 1 through 4. So in Reuven, the sons of Reuven, of Chanoch, the family of the Chanochi, of Palu, the family of the Palui, of Chetron, the family of the Chetroni, of Carmi, the family of the Carmi. There were 43,730 of them. The son of Palu was Eliab. So this is still Reuven. This is talking about Palu, from whom came the Palui. The sons of Eliab, Nemuel, Dathan, and Avram. This Dathan and Avram were the called ones of the congregation who contended against Moshe and against Aaron in the company of Korach when they contended against Yehovah. And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up together with Korach. When that company died, when the fire consumed 250 men, and they became a sign but the sons of Korach did not die. The sons of Shimon, according to their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemueli, of Yamin, the family of the Yamini, of Yachin, the family of the Yachini, of Zerach, the family of the Zachi, of Shaul, the family of the Shauli. 22,200. The sons of Gad, according to their families, of Zephon, the family of the Zephoni, of Chagi, the family of the Chagi, of Shuni, the family of the Shuni, of Ozni, the family of the Ozni, of Eri, the family of the Eri, of Arod, the family of the Arodi, of Areli, the family of the Areli. 40,500 of the sons of Gad. The sons of Judah, Er and Onan, and Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. We read about that in Genesis 38. The sons of Yehudah, according to their families, of Shelah, the family of the Shelani, of Peretz, the family of the Partzi, of Zerach, the family of the Zachi. The sons of Peretz were Chetron, the family of the Chetroni, of Chamul, the family of the Chamuli, 76,500 of them. Sons of Yishachar, according to their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolai, of Puvah, the family of the Puni, of Yashuv, the family of the Yashuvi, of Shimron, the family of the Shimroni, 64,300 from the tribe of Yishachar. Sons of Zebulun, according to their families, of Sered, the family of the Sadi, of Elon, the family of the Eloni, of Yachleel, the family of the Yachleeli, 60,500 in Zebulun. The sons of Yosef, according to their families, by Manasseh and Ephraim. Of course, the tribe of Yosef is split up into two tribes. The sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machiri, and Machir brought forth Gilad, of Gilad, the family of the Giladi. These are the sons of Gilad. Of Yetzer, the family of the Yetzeri, of Chilek, the family of the Cheoki, of Azriel, the family of the Azrieli, of Shechem, the family of the Shikmi, of Shemedah, the family of the Shemedai, of Hepher, the family of the Hephri. And Zelophehad, son of Hepher, had no sons but daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad, Machlah, and Noah, and Chuglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. It's worth noting that Noah is not the same as the male name. Ah is the feminine ending. Noach would be the guy that we know as Noah. 52,700, and it's because of this census, the information in the census, that the land is actually going to be divided up by lot. So we hear of Zelophehad, that he had only daughters here, and that will become relevant when the daughters of Zelophehad come forward to claim the inheritance of Zelophehad. The sons of Ephraim, according to their families, of Shuthalach, the family of the Shuthalchi, of Becher, the family of the Bachri, of Tachan, the family of the Tachani, the sons of Shutalah, of Iran, the family of the Irani, and there were 32,500 of these sons of Ephraim. The sons of Binyamin, according to their families, of Bela, the family of the Bali, of Ashbaal, the family of the Ashbaali, of Achiram, the family of the Achirami, Of Shufam, the family of the Shufami. Of Chufam, the family of the Chufami. The sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman. Of Ard, the family of the Ardi. Of Naaman, the family of the Naami. So we get a nice little insight here into what Israel looked like by the time it had come to the second generation, as they're about to enter into the land. And there were 45,600 of them. The sons of Dan, according to their families, of Shucham, the family of the Shuchami, 64,400 in the sons of Dan. So although there's only this one family, there's approximately twice as many as there were in Ephraim. The sons of Asher, according to their families, of Yimnah, the family of the Yimnah, of Yishvi, the family of the Yishvi, of Beriah, the family of the Berii, the sons of Beriah, Chever, the family of the Chevri, of Malkiel, the family of the Malkieli, the name of the daughter of Asher was Serach, and there were 53,400 from Asher. These are the ones, the registered ones, so 20 years old and above, males who went out to the army of the children of Israel, 601,730, so slightly less than the 603,000 that there were of the first generation. Numbers 26:52 says, And Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, The land is to be divided to these as an inheritance according to the number of names. To the large one you give a larger inheritance, and to the small one you give a smaller inheritance. Each shall be given its inheritance according to their registered ones. But the land is divided by lot. They inherit according to the names, the tribes of their fathers. So this was all the males 20 years old and above, and that was in 12 tribes. The house of Joseph, the tribe of Joseph, being divided into 2 tribes. Whenever the tribes are counted in Scripture, there is always shown to be 12 tribes, even though there are actually in reality 13. The tribe that was not counted here were the Levites. Okay, this census was to find those going out to the army, first of all, which would not include the Levites, but it was also so that the land could be divided, the inheritance could be given to these various tribes. And of course, the Levites have no inheritance. Their inheritance is Yehovah, the text says in some places, and their inheritance is the fact that the Levites have the priesthood through the sons of Aaron. These are the registered ones of the Levi, the Levites or the Levites, according to their families, of Gershon, the family of the Gershoni, of Kahath, the family of the Kohathi, of Merari, the family of the Merari, and Gershon and Merari were responsible for carrying the actual tent itself. The Kohathi were the ones who carried all of the holy that was found therein. These are the families of the Levi, the family of the Livni, the family of the Chevroni, the family of the Machli, the family of the Mushi, the family of the Korchi, and Kahath brought forth Amram. Okay, and Amram is a person who should be familiar to us. The name of Amram's wife was Yocheved, the daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Mitzrayim. And to Amram she bore Aharon and Moshe and their sister Miriam. Okay, so this shows us, and as we've seen before, just how close the first generation were to those sons of Yaakov. Yocheved was the daughter of Levi. And to Aharon were born Nadav and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. And Nadav and Abihu died when they brought strange fire before Yehovah. And the registered ones were 23,000, every male from Chodesh old and above, for they were not registered among the other children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given to them among the children of Israel. Also because they didn't go out to the army, much like when they were counted in the first generation. These are the ones registered by Moshe and Eleazar the priest, who registered the sons of Israel in the desert plains of Moab by the Jordan of Jericho. But among these there was not a man of those registered by Moshe and Aaron the priest, when they registered the sons of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. In other words, the first generation were the people who were registered in the wilderness of Sinai. And among these people who were counted here, there was not a man who was counted in the wilderness of Sinai, except Joshua and Caleb. For Yehovah had said of them, they shall certainly die in the wilderness, and not a man of them was left, except Caleb son of Yefunah and Yehoshua son of Nun. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, son of Hepher, son of Gilad, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the families of Manasseh, son of Joseph. These were the names of his daughters: Machlah, Noah, Chuglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moshe, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders, and all the congregation by the door of the tent of meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, yet he was not in the company of those who were met together against Yehovah, in company with Korah, but he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be removed from among his family, because he had no son? Give us a possession among the brothers of our fathers. Moshe then brought their case before Yehovah, and here we'll see Yehovah giving us his mishpat, his justice in this case. Yehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak what is right. You should certainly give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And speak to the children of Israel, saying, When a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. So there's the order of inheritance. First of all, it's passed to a daughter, then to his brothers, and then to his father's brothers. If his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the nearest relative in his family, and he shall possess it. The inheritance is something that Yehovah treats as precious. It shall be to the children of Israel for chukat mishpat, as Yehovah commanded Moshe. So it's a chukat, it's a law, but it's a law of mishpat. And Yehovah said to Moshe, Go up into this Mount Abarim, see the land that I have given to the children of Israel, and when you have seen it, you shall also be gathered to your people as Aaron your brother was gathered, because you rebelled against my mouth in the wilderness of sin, in the strife of the congregation, to set me apart at the waters before their eyes. These were the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of sin. So this is obviously, if Moshe is now told you're going to die, first thing it appears, the first thing that's recorded that Moshe says, first thing on his mind is, who is going to replace me? Moshe spoke to Yehovah, saying, Let Yehovah the Elohim of the spirits of all flesh appoint a man over the congregation, who goes out before them and comes in before them, who leads them out and brings them in, so that the congregation of Yehovah be not like sheep without a shepherd. So this is Moshe's concern in this situation. And the appointment of the man that we know to be the one whom led the children of Israel into the land is something that we'll look at in the third part. That's pretty much all that the Torah portion covers, apart from Numbers 28 and 29. But what is covered in Numbers 28 and 29 is the korbanot that are to be offered on each one of the appointed times. I've taught on that recently in respect to what our spiritual sacrifices on those appointed times look like. It was in Torah portion Achrei Mot, and it's in the third part. What you'll notice here in the description is now we have timestamps for when the parts start. This is something that Jeffrey started to do. He started to send me these timestamps. So maybe within the week after the Torah portion is up, the description should contain these timestamps. So if you're going back and looking at recent Torah portions, you should be able to find the timestamps for the different parts in the description. Now, it's worth mentioning at this point, just while we do a bit of housekeeping, that it's come to my attention recently that perhaps emails are not getting through to me. Some emails are, but I've noticed one, that the amount of emails has gone down, and also in two particular cases, I've not received emails. Now, Jeff was trying to email me, and I couldn't receive email from him, but I could send email to him. It was, in fact, his responses to my email which didn't come through. But before that, there's a guy called Jordan and his wife Raquel, who had asked, does JP still use the same email? I had emailed Jordan, that never got through to him, and he had emailed me a whole load of times, and they never came through to me. Now, I tried to email his wife, Raquel. She didn't receive that email, and any emails that she sent to me weren't getting through either. And having come from a background in IT, I cannot possibly conceive of what could be happening there. But if people want to get in touch with me, don't use the light in the dark email anymore, because it seems unreliable. And if people have been sending emails, you've not received a reply, if I get an email, I will reply to it. It might take a little while. If I'm sat at the computer, I might reply straight away. If not, it might take a little while for me to get through the list of emails, but you will get a reply. So if you've sent an email and you've not gotten a reply, it's because I've not gotten the email. So I would say to use the email address, thewaybiblicalfellowship@gmail.com, and those emails should get through to me. So anyone who specifically wants to send an email. Also, I don't use Facebook anymore. I deleted the Facebook app off my phone, deleted the Messenger app off my phone. The one time that I'll go on Facebook is to post the teachings, and that's actually usually Ashley that does it on Shabbat, on the Ways page and on my personal page, but I don't actually use Facebook. So again, if people want to get in touch with me, send an email to thewaybiblicalfellowship@gmail.com. It is possible that I will see that I've gotten a message on Shabbat, but it's not guaranteed. Also, I don't get notifications to my personal Facebook account about messages, likes, comments, shares, any of those things on the Way Biblical Fellowship's page. Again, I don't know why. I used to get them, but I don't get them anymore. So if you've gotten a reply off the Facebook page, that's because I've specifically gone to the Facebook page and looked at the messages for something else, and I've seen your message and have replied to it. It was when I was going through last week, when I was looking at the Torah portion post from a previous week, I could see that there were comments on it. And I scrolled back through those posts, and I could see that people fairly commonly commented on them. So if you've not received a reply on your comment, or a like on your comment, or whatever, it's because I don't actually get notifications for it. It would require me to manually go to Facebook. I don't use Facebook anymore. So long and short of it is, if you want a response to something, send it to the Way Biblical Fellowship at gmail.com. Okay, so I'll wrap this part up. We'll come back and we'll look at the book of Joshua. I think the important bit of information that I could give you about the korbanot that were offered on each one of the appointed times is when these korbanot were offered, and to tell you that when an offering was made, every single one of the offerings made atonement for the children of Israel, so that Yahovah could continue to dwell in the midst of the children of Israel. So it's interesting if we take note of the times, the actual appointed times when these things were offered, because it kind of gives us a broader understanding of when atonement was made. We think Passover, perhaps Yom Kippur, we think that's when atonement was made, but it actually wasn't. Atonement was continually being made for Yahovah to be able to dwell in the midst of the children of Israel. So atonement was made for the children of Israel on these occasions, morning and evening, each Sabbath, at the beginning of each Chodesh, on each of the 7 days of unleavened bread, including first fruits. It's not specified, on first fruits you shall do this, but first fruits is always one of the 7 days of unleavened bread, and the offerings have to be made on each of them. On Shavuot, on the day of trumpets, on Yom Kippur, and on each day of Sukkot, each of the 7 days, and also on the day that is known as the 8th day. So consistently throughout the year, atonement is made on all of these appointed times, and in the morning and in the evening, on every day. Okay, welcome back. Exciting one for anyone who doesn't have a really clear picture of Joshua. Who was Joshua? He's the guy who's about to lead the entire nation. So in Numbers 27, verse 18, it says, Yahovah spoke to Moshe, take Yehoshua, son of Nun, with you, a man in whom is the Spirit, and you shall lay your hand on him, and shall set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him charge before their eyes, and shall put some of your esteem on him, so that all the congregation of the children of Israel obey him. And he is to stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire before Yahovah for him by the justice of the Urim. At his word they go out, and at his word they come in, both he and all the children of Israel with him, all the congregation. And Moshe did as Yahovah commanded him, and took Yehoshua, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and laid his hands on him, and gave him a charge, as Yahovah commanded, by the hand of Moshe. Okay, so we should reckon with who Yehoshua is, so that we can start to build a picture of this man who is to lead Israel. In 1 Chronicles 7:20-27, it says, and the sons of Ephraim, Shuthelach, and Bered his son, and Tachath his son, and Eladah his son, and Tachath his son, and Zavad his son, and Shuthelach his son, and Etzer and Elad. But the men of Gath, who were born in that land, slew them, because they came to take their livestock. And Ephraim their father mourned many days, and his brothers came to comfort him. And when he went into his wife, she conceived and bore a son. And he called his name Beriah, because evil had come upon his house. And his daughter was She'erah, who built lower and upper Beth Horon and Utzan She'erah. And Rephach was his son, as well as Resheph, and Talach his son, and Tachan his son. Ladan his son, and now some people that are important to understand who Yahushua is. Okay, we know, or we've mentioned before, that he's from the tribe of Ephraim. We've got Amihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, and Yahushua his son. Yahushua, son of Nun, son of Elishama, son of Amihud. That's who he is. In Numbers 1 verse 10, when the heads of the fathers' tribes are being elected by Yehovah, he says, from the sons of Yosef, from Ephraim, Elishama, son of Amihud, from Manasseh, Gamliel, son of Pedazur. So that is the head of the father's tribe in the first generation. Elishama's son was Nun. Nun was the father of Yahushua. So within Yahushua's lineage, you have leaders of Yisrael. That doesn't really give us too much of an insight into who Joshua is. In Exodus 24:13-15, this is just before Yahovah gives Moshe the Torah. They conclude the covenant, and then Yahovah says, now come up to the mountain and I will give you the Torah. It says, and Moshe arose with his assistant Yahushua, and Moshe went up to the mountain of Elohim. So there we have Yahushua. First time that we see him. Moses arose with his assistant. That's who Yahushua is. And he said to the elders, wait there for us until we come back to you. We come back to you. They're both going to go up to the mountain. And see, Aharon and Cher are with you. Whoever has matters, let him go to them. So Aharon and Cher, they're left in charge. Yahushua accompanies him to the mountain. And Moshe went up into the mountain, and a cloud covered the mountain. So Yahushua is left at the base of the mountain. That means that Yahushua is not present for the sin of the golden calf. In Exodus 32:15-18, it says, and Moshe turned and went down from the mountain, and in his hand were 2 tablets of the witness, tablets written on both their sides, written on the one and on the other. And the tablets were the work of Elohim, and the writing was the writing of Elohim engraved on the tablets. This is very similar, actually, to something that we see in Yahushua's life when they engrave the Torah on the altar. This is the writing of men at that point, but there's certain parallels there, many more parallels that we'll see as we go through this. And Yahushua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, and he said to Moshe, a noise of battle in the camp. But he said, it's not the sound of those who shout might, nor is it the sound of those who cry out in weakness, but the sound of singing that I hear. So this is the first time that we see Yahushua speak. And what he says is actually not correct. Moshe says, no, it's not like that. It's like that. It's like this. And Yahushua very much is Moshe's assistant. He's learning from Moshe as he goes. Exodus 33 verse 11. So just after this, it tells us, thus Yahovah spoke to Moshe face to face, as a man speaks to his friend, and he would return to the camp. But his servant Yahushua, son of Nun, a young man, did not leave the tent. So this is the tent of meeting. Yahushua is going in as Moshe's assistant, and while Moshe is going back to the camp, Yahushua did not leave the tent. Numbers 11:27-29, it says, a young man ran and informed Moshe and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. And Yahushua, son of Nun, Moshe's assistant from his youth, answered and said, Moshe, my master, forbid them. Then Moshe said to him, are you jealous for my sake, or zealous for my sake, the same word? Oh, that all the people of Yahovah were prophets, and that Yahovah would put his spirit upon them. So again, we've got Yahushua speaking here and learning from Moshe. Numbers 11, so that's the same scripture. Numbers 13, verse 30 says, and Caleb silenced the people before Moshe. Now this is interesting. The first time the people are rebelling after the sin of the spies, it's Caleb who silences the people before Moshe. Yahushua is not actually mentioned at this point. The way that it goes down, according to the Torah, is that Caleb silences them. In Numbers 14, so shortly after this, we see Yahushua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Yefunah, who were among those who spied out the land. Both of them tore their garments, and they spoke to all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, the land we passed through to spy out is an exceedingly good land. If Yahovah is delighted in us, then he shall bring us into this land, and give it to us, a land which is flowing with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against Yahovah, nor fear the people of the land, for they are our bread. Their defense is turned away from them, and Yahovah is with us. Do not fear them. And I would suggest that what we see at this point is something that we actually see in Yahushua throughout the Torah. And what I would suggest that is initial hesitance, that perhaps an initial fear, but when it comes to it, Yahushua will stand on the word of Yahovah. He demonstrates this fear, but then that is overcome with the word of Yahovah. No matter how afraid he is, and we're going to see numerous examples of this, no matter how afraid he is, it's always the word of Yahovah that he goes with. And he actually turns out to be a very effective leader. The same generation that under Moses' leadership were rebelling and suffering plagues, under Joshua's leadership, they are much better. There is very little sin in the second generation under Joshua's leadership. And what we're going to see as we go through, I'm going to suggest to you that it's because they can relate more to Joshua, that he is weak and has fear in the same things that they are afraid of, whereas Moshe doesn't have that fear, and he's not afraid of the things that they're afraid of. Joshua is, but the important thing about Joshua is, although he has that element so that he can relate to the people and they can relate to him, when it comes to the crunch, every time he's right there and he's standing on what the word says. And no matter how scared he is, whatever his fears are, it's the word of Yahovah that sees him through. So let's look at the evidence for this. Deuteronomy 1 verse 38 says, Yahushua the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall go in there. Strengthen him, for he shall cause Yisrael to inherit. So this is Yahovah speaking to Moshe, and he says to strengthen Yahushua. Okay, so again, there's the suggestion that there is some kind of weakness there that he needs to be strengthened, that he needs to be emboldened. Deuteronomy 3:28 says, but charge Yahushua, strengthen him, and make him brave, for he shall pass over before this people. Okay, so again, there's this suggestion that he needs to be strengthened, that he needs to be made brave. And he has this fear within him that we'll see in the book of Joshua. But every time when it comes to, am I going to go with my fears and follow after, going after the way that I would like things to be? Or am I going to do what is scary and do what Yehovah asks of me? Every single time Joshua comes through and he is this example to the people that he's leading. Deuteronomy 31, 7-8 says, And Moshe called Yahushua and said to him before the eyes of all Israel, Be strong and courageous. This is something that we see repeated to Joshua by Moshe, by Yehovah, and also at one point by the actual people. They're encouraging him themselves. Like they want him to succeed. They're saying, Be strong and courageous in this. For you are going with this people to the land which Jehovah has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you are to let them inherit it. For it is Jehovah who is going before you. He himself is with you. He does not fail you, nor forsake you. Do not fear, nor be discouraged. And it's always this which pulls Yahushua through, that Yehovah is with him. When Yehovah is with him, and he's got Yehovah's word to stand on, it doesn't matter how daunted he might be initially, he always comes through. Deuteronomy 3:23, And he commanded Yahushua son of Nun, and said, Be strong and courageous, for you are to bring the children of Israel into the land of which I swore to them, and I myself am with you. So here Yehovah is encouraging him directly. Be strong and courageous. I am with you. You can depend on me. And this theme is seen right at the beginning of the book of Joshua. It came to be after the death of Moshe, the servant of Yehovah, that Yehovah spoke to Yahushua, son of Nun, the assistant of Moshe, saying, Moshe, my servant, is dead. So now arise, pass over this Jordan, you and all this people, to the land which I am giving to them, to the children of Israel. Every place on which the sole of your foot treads, I have given you, as I spoke to Moshe, from the wilderness and from this Lebanon, even as far as the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and to the great sea toward the going down of the sun is your border. No man is going to stand before you all the days of your life. As I was with Moshe, so I am with you. I do not fail you, nor forsake you. So in Joshua's fear, all the way through, Yehovah is encouraging him. He's saying, Be strong and courageous. I'm with you. I'm with you. Verse 6 says, Be strong and courageous, for you are to let this people inherit the land, which I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and courageous to guard to do according to all the Torah that Moshe my servant commanded you. Do not turn from it right or left, so that you act wisely wherever you go. Do not let this book of the Torah depart from your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, so that you guard to do according to all that is written in it. For then you shall make your way prosperous and act wisely. So he's encouraging him in this, and he's saying, look, as long as you stick to the Torah, your way will be prosperous. I'm with you. Be strong and courageous. Do the Torah. Guard everything that is in it. And we have these same promises from Yehovah. When fear arises in our hearts, Yehovah says to us, do not fear. Be strong and courageous. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, nor be discouraged. For Yehovah your Elohim is with you wherever you go. And Yahushua commanded the officers of the people, saying, Pass through the midst of the camp, and command the people, saying, Prepare food for yourselves, for within 3 days you are passing over this Jordan, to go in to possess the land which Yehovah your Elohim is giving you to possess. And Yahushua spoke to the Reubenites and to the Gadites and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, saying, Remember the word which Moshe, servant of Yehovah, commanded you, saying, Yehovah your Elohim is giving you rest, and he shall give you this land. Let your wives, your little ones, and your livestock stay in the land which Moshe gave you beyond the Jordan. But you shall pass before your brothers in fives, all your brave fighters, and shall help them. Until Jehovah has given your brothers rest, as unto you, so shall they also take possession of the land which Jehovah your Elohim is giving them. Then you shall return to the land of your possession, and shall possess that which Moshe the servant of Jehovah gave you beyond the Jordan toward the rising of the sun. And we'll actually see that event happen in next week's Torah portion. And they answered Yehoshua, saying, all that you have commanded us, we do. Wherever you send us, we go. According to all that we obeyed Moshe, so we obey you. Only let Yehovah, your Elohim, be with you as he was with Moshe. So the people are encouraging Yehoshua at this point. Whoever rebels against your command and does not obey your words in that you command him, he is put to death. Only be strong and courageous. You can almost see it in Moshe and Yehovah and the people. They know that Joshua has got it in him. They know that he believes Yehovah. He's a man who followed Yehovah wholly. The thing that he is encouraged in is to be strong and courageous. And we know that Yehoshua is a picture of Yeshua. In fact, at the end of Yehoshua's life, his name is Yeshua. You read Yeshua, son of Nun, in the scriptures. He has these fears the same as the people have them. When it came to Moshe, that wasn't really the case. Moshe was very resolute. Moshe's faith was unwavering, which is excellent. But Yehoshua, they listened to him. They seemed to be on his side. They would encourage him to be strong and courageous. And in return, they believed as Joshua believed when they went into the land under his leadership in particular. We know he's a picture of Yeshua, and the same is true of Yeshua. In Hebrews 4 verse 15 it says, for we do not have a high priest unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who was tried in all respects as we are, apart from sin, just like Yehoshua. We see he is tried in all respects as the people of Israel are, but the difference is that he is without sin. In Matthew 26, 36 to 39, it says, then Yeshua came with them to a place called Gethsemane and said to the disciples, sit here while I go over there and pray. And he took with him Kepha and the two sons of Zabdi, and he began to be grieved and deeply distressed. Yeshua, very much like Joshua. In Joshua, we have an amazing picture of Yeshua. Then he said to them, my soul is exceedingly grieved, even to death. Stay here and watch with me. Whereas Moshe isn't like this. They never see this sort of weakness in Moshe. Yeshua is the same. He doesn't have a problem turning to his disciples and telling them that he is exceedingly grieved over this. He's deeply distressed. Going forward a little, he fell on his face and prayed, saying, oh my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Yet not my will be done, but yours. And Yeshua is our example. We can look to when Yeshua did this, that he was distressed and he was grieved, and yet he did what the will of the Father is. And we can look to Yeshua, and these people, they could look to Yehoshua for this same encouragement, that even though he was afraid, okay, he would stand on the Father's word. He would do the Father's will. It was the same thing for him. You be willing, let this cup pass from me. Yet not my will, but yours be done. In Galatians 3:22 to 25, it says, the scripture has shut up all mankind under sin, that the promise by belief in Yeshua Messiah might be given to those who believe. But before belief came, we were guarded under Torah, having been shut up for the belief being about to be revealed. Okay, so the scripture has shut up all mankind under sin. The Torah, we were guarded under Torah until belief came. It's another name for Torah. What else is Torah called? Moses. We were guarded under Moses until belief came, until Yahushua came, who was that example of belief. Moses was fairly unyielding. Nobody paralleled Moses in his obedience. It was just unwavering, and he did whatever Yahovah said to do. Yahushua, a picture of Yeshua, though, he was different. The people could relate to him, that he was fearful as they were fearful, but he had belief, and they could take that belief. And the people under his leadership undoubtedly stopped being the rebellious people that they were when they only had Moshe without that example of belief. Therefore, the Torah, Moshe, became our trainer unto Messiah, Yahushua, in order to be declared right by belief. And after belief has come, we are no longer under a trainer. And that's what we see with these people. These people begin to believe. They don't just have the word, they don't just have Moshe, they have this example of belief as we have in Yeshua. Hebrews 4, 1-3 says, Therefore, since a promise remains of entering into his rest, let us fear lest any of you seem to have come short of it. For indeed the good news was brought to us as well as to them. But the word which they heard did not profit them, not having been mixed with belief in those who heard it. And we see examples of this, primarily the first generation, but we do see the second generation acting in this same way. But there was a change in their behavior when that example, Yahushua, a picture of Yeshua, came, that example of belief. The word didn't profit them when it wasn't mixed with belief. For we who have believed do enter into that rest. Picture being clear here. Yahushua led those people into the inheritance of the land. Yeshua will lead us into that inheritance. We who have believed, and those who under Yahushua's leadership began to believe, entered into the inheritance also. So, Yahushua's leadership, this is what we'll see through his life. See, Jericho, the story of Rachav and the spies, then the crossing of the Jordan. Yahushua circumcises the second generation, and they perform the Passover in Gilgal. Okay, so that's why he circumcises them, so that they can all do the Passover. The manna ceases, and they begin to eat the food of Canaan. The captain of the host, Yahovah, incarnate as the captain of the host, appears to Yahushua. Jericho, when the walls fall, this is the order that happens in the book of Joshua. And then we have them coming to Ai, getting defeated. It being revealed it was because of Achan's sin, and then them going and taking the city of Ai. Then they build the altar at Mount Ebal. Again, this is the order that happens in the book of Joshua. They're actually commanded to do this as soon as they've crossed over the Jordan. So whether or not they did, and whether it's just like the first 5 books, it's out of chronological order in some places. This is the order it happens in the book of Joshua. Yahushua makes a covenant with the men of Givon. Yahushua speaks to Yahovah and commands the sun to stop in the midst of the heavens. Yahushua divides the land as he was commanded to. Yahushua appoints the cities of refuge at that point. The heads of the Levites come to Eleazar and Yahushua to ask for their cities from among the inheritance of the children of Israel, and they are given. Yahushua concludes the inheritance being given to all parties to whom it was due. Yahovah gives Israel rest from their enemies all around. Pinchas investigates the building of an altar by the 2.5 tribes. Yahushua assembles Israel to speak to them about Yahovah's place in their lives and where they're at. And then Yahushua dies at the age of 110. So I'm going to briefly go through some of those events to point you to some interesting things within it. Joshua 3 verse 7, Yahovah said to Yahushua, "This day I begin to make you great before the eyes of all Israel, so that they know that I am with you, as I was with Moshe." So this is this theme that we keep seeing. Israel are going to know that I'm with you as I was with Moshe. Again, I'm with you as I was with Moshe. I'm going to prove it to the people, and the way that it's proven to them is when the Yarden, the Jordan, is stopped. Joshua 3:15-16 says, "And as those bearing the ark came to the Yarden, and the feet of the priests bearing the ark dipped in the edge of the water, now the Yarden overflows all its banks during all the time of harvest. The waters came down from upstream, stood still, rose in a heap, very far away at Adam, the city that is beside Zarethan. And the waters going down into the sea of the Arava, the salt sea, were completely cut off, and the people passed over opposite Jericho." Okay, so the way the people know the Yahovah is with Yehoshua as well as he was with Moshe is with a sign remarkably similar to when Moshe held out the rod and the waters parted. We see these parallels between Joshua and Moshe. But as we've seen, Joshua is also like Yeshua, and he's this leader that the people of Israel begin to believe under. So we'll see these parallels where he's kind of like Moshe. He is also like Yeshua. Joshua 5:13-15, it says, "It came to be when Yehoshua was by Jericho that he lifted up his eyes and looked and saw a man standing opposite him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Yehoshua went to him and said to him, 'Are you for us or for our adversaries?'" This is remarkably similar to when the angel of Yahovah appears to Moshe in the burning bush. And he said, "No, for I have now come as captain of the host of Yahovah." And Yahushua fell on his face to the earth and did obeisance. He worships him because this is Yahovah, and said to him, "What is my master saying to his servant?" And the captain of the host said to Yahushua, "Take your sandal off your foot, for the place where you stand is set apart." And Yahushua did so. And this is interesting because this is very similar to what happened at the burning bush, but this is actually different. Whereas Moshe was told to take off both of his shoes, here Yahushua is told to take off one. Again, perhaps suggesting this dichotomy which is present in Yahushua, which was not present in Moshe. Joshua 7:2-12 says, "Now Yahushua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is beside Beth Aven, on the east side of Bethel, and spoke to them, saying, 'Go up and spy out the land.'" Again, this is remarkably similar to events that we see in the life of Moshe. Here, however, the outcome is different under Yahushua's leadership. "And the men went up and spied out Ai. And they returned to Yahushua and said to him, 'Let not all the people go up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and smite Ai. Do not make all the people toil up there, for the people of Ai are few.' And about 3,000 men went up there from the people, but they fled before the men of Ai. The men of Ai smote about 36 men, for they pursued them from before the gate as far as Shevarim, and smote them on the descent. So the hearts of the people melted and became like water. Okay, so imagine what Moshe's response would have perhaps been in this case. Do you think that Moshe's heart would have melted and been like water? It's not the way that Moshe comes across to me. And again, just to re-emphasize here, I do think we have this beautiful picture of kind of by the works of the Torah, by the works of Moshe alone, instead of Moshe with belief. Not that Moshe didn't have belief, but we've got the example of Yahushua, who has that weakness, he has that fear in the face of these things, just like Yeshua did. But just like Yeshua, he demonstrates belief to the people. They see that he's scared, but he goes ahead and he stands on the word of Yahovah. And no matter how scared he always is obedient. Yahushua tore his garments and fell to the earth on his face before the ark of Yahovah until evening, both he and the elders of Israel, and they put dust on their heads. And Yahushua said, O Master Yahovah, why have you brought this people over the Jordan at all, to give us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us? Who does he sound like here? He sounds like the people. He has these similar fears as the people. If only we had been content to stay beyond the Jordan. But who does he sound like now? O Yahovah, what do I say when Israel turns its backs before its enemies, and the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land hear, and shall surround us, and shall cut off our name from the earth? What then do you do for your great name? So here he sounds like Moshe. He's the synthesis of these two things, but he shows belief in this circumstance. He actively demonstrates what it is to have faith, as Yeshua does. Yahovah said to Yahushua, Rise up, why are you lying on your face? Israel has sinned, and they have also transgressed my covenant which I commanded them. So he comes and he says, why did you bring the people over here if it wasn't actually true that you were going to be with them? And Yahovah says, Rise up, why are you lying on your face? They've sinned against me. So Yahushua knows that his word is true at this point. His fear was that Yahovah was going against his word, and he was appealing to him. But Yahovah says, no, these people have sinned. They've transgressed my covenant which I commanded them. And they have even taken some of that which is under the ban, and have stolen and deceived, and also put it among their own goods. And the sons of Israel shall not be able to stand before their enemies. They are going to turn their backs before their enemies, for they have become accursed. I am not with you anymore, unless you destroy that which is under the ban from your midst. In Joshua 8:33-35, we see all Israel, the sojourner, as well as the native, with their elders, officers, and judges, stood on either side of the ark before the priests, the Levites, who bore the ark of the covenant of Yahovah. Half of them were in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moshe, the servant of Yahovah, had commanded before, that they should bless the people of Israel. And afterward, he read all the words of the Torah, the blessings and the cursings, according to all that is written in the book of the Torah. There was not a word of all that Moshe had commanded which Yahushua did not read before all the assembly of Israel, with the women and the little ones and the sojourners who accompanied them. These sojourners are mentioned twice, and this is something that we see in the book of Joshua. We really get to grips with the fact that to Yahovah, it doesn't matter your genetic lineage. It doesn't matter whether you are actually somebody who came from Abraham's loins. What matters is whether you follow the Torah. We see this with Rachav. Rachav is not an Israelite, but because she submits to Yehovah, because she is somebody who has faith, then she is accepted. We also see it with Achan. Achan is an Israelite, but he goes against the word of Yehovah and he is executed. And here we've got all of Israel present, and mentioned twice there are these sojourners who are with them, who can be a part of Yisrael. This is an enduring message of the scriptures, but we particularly see it in the book of Joshua. Joshua 9:1-2 says, "It came to be when all the kings who were beyond the Jordan, in the hills and in the low country, and in all the coasts of the great sea towards Lebanon, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, the Jebusite heard, they gathered together to fight with Yahushua and Yisrael with one accord." So, of course, Yahushua undergoes great kind of military resistance, just as when they came to spy out the land, the spies were afraid of. But Yahushua, showing that belief, said, no, Yehovah has said that he is going to be with us. And we see these events start to take place, and Yahushua start to move through the land and have these military conquests. In Joshua 10:6-13 it says, "And the men of Givon said to Yahushua at the camp of Gilgal, saying, Do not withdraw your hand from your servants. Come up to us quickly and save us. Help us, for all the sovereigns, the kings of the Amorites who dwell in the mountains, have assembled against us." And Yahushua went up from Gilgal, he and all the soldiers with him, and all the mighty brave men. And Yehovah said to Yahushua, "Do not fear them, for I have given them into your hand. Not one of them does stand before you." Again, Yehovah is encouraging him here. Don't fear them. I've given them into your hand. Not one of them stands before you. So then Yahushua came upon them suddenly, having gone up all night from Gilgal. And Yehovah threw them into confusion before Israel. And they smote them with a great slaughter at Givon, and pursued them along the way that goes to Beth Horon, and smote them as far as Azekah and Makedah. So here we see Yahushua's belief. We see a circumstance wherein Yehovah does something which would not have even entered into Yahushua's head as something that he might do. He might throw them all into confusion, that he would make them all attack one another, and all the other things that Yehovah describes as how he brings about these conquests. Sending hornets before the people, he acts in ways that Yahushua could have never known. But it is enough for Yahushua to know that he has said, "Do not fear, I am with you, they will not stand against you." He doesn't need all the rest of the details. A great lesson for us following his example. "And it came to be, as they fled before Yisrael and were on the descent of Beth Horon, that Yehovah threw down large hailstones from the heavens on them, as far as Azekah, and they died. There were more who died from the hailstones than those whom the sons of Yisrael had slain with the sword. Then Yahushua spoke to Yehovah in the day when Yehovah gave the Amorites over to the children of Yisrael. And he said before the eyes of Yisrael, Sun, stand still over Givon, and moon in the valley of Ayalon. So the sun stood still and the moon stopped till the nation avenged itself upon their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Yashar, that the sun stopped in the midst of the heavens and did not hasten to go down for an entire day?" So in the face of all this belief, we see Yehovah responding with these great acts. He's sending hailstones from heaven, he's putting the people in confusion, and he stops the sun and the moon in the midst of the heavens. In Joshua 10:25 it says, "Then Yahushua said to the people," this is how he encourages them, "Do not be afraid, nor be discouraged. Be strong and courageous, for this is what Yahovah is going to do to all your enemies whom you are fighting. So this is how Yahushua is as a leader. Okay, the people can relate to him because he's fearful of the same things, and he offers them the same encouragement that Yahovah has offered to him. Joshua 10:40-43, it says, Thus Yahushua smote all the land, the mountain country in the south, and the low country and the wilderness slopes. All their kings, he left no survivor, but put all that breathed under the ban, as Yahovah Elohim had commanded. And Yahushua smote them from Kadesh Barnea as far as Azar, and all the land of Goshen, even as far as Gavon. And Yahushua captured all these kings in their land at one time, because Yahovah Elohim of Yisrael fought for Yisrael. Yahushua returned, and all Yisrael with him, to the camp at Gilgal. You'll see them camping at Gilgal for a long time in the book of Joshua. Joshua 13:1-6 says, And Yahushua was old and advanced in years, and Yahovah said to him, You are old, advanced in years, and still much of the land remains to be possessed. This is the land that remains, all the districts of the Philistines and all the Gershurites, from Shechor, which is in front of Mitzrayim, and up to the border of Ekron, northward, are considered as Canaanite. The 5 princes of the Philistines, the Azathites and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Gittites and the Ekronites, and the Avites. On the south, all the land of the Canaanites and the Me'arah that belongs to the Zidonians and to Aphek, as far as to the border of the Amorites, and the land of the Gebalites in all Lebanon, toward the sunrise from Baal Gad below Mount Chemon, as far as the entrance to Hamath. All the inhabitants of the mountains from Lebanon, as far as Mishrephoth Maim, and all the Sidonians, I myself drive them out from before the children of Israel, only divide it by lot to Israel as an inheritance, as I've commanded you. So basically he says, look, Joshua, you're getting old. There's a lot of this fight left to fight. Let me sort that out. You divide this now by lot to Israel as an inheritance. A command that we saw given in this Torah portion, and we will learn more about next Torah portion next week. Joshua 14 verse 1 says, Now these, the children of Israel, inherited in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest and Yehoshua son of Nun, and the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel, caused them to inherit. And we hear about this. All the congregation of the children of Israel assembled at Shiloh, and they let the tent of meeting dwell there, and the land was subdued before them. 7 tribes were left among the children of Israel who had not yet shared their inheritance. So Yahushua said to the children of Israel, Till when are you going to fail to go in and possess the land which Jehovah Elohim your fathers has given you? Appoint 3 men from each tribe, and let me send them out to go through the land and describe it according to their inheritance, and come back to me. So this is kind of like the sin of the sending out of the spies at the sin of the spies, but it's different. Here 21 men are sent out, 3 from each of the 7 tribes. And he says that he wants them to describe the land and come back to him for the purpose of him dividing it by lot. And they shall divide it into 7 portions. Yehudah stays within their borders on the south. The house of Yosef stays within their border on the north. And you shall describe the land in 7 portions, and shall bring it to me. Then I shall cast lots for you here before Yehovah our Elohim. But the Levites have no portion among you, for the priesthood of Yehovah is their inheritance. And Gad and Reuven and half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan on the east, which Moshe the servant of Yehovah gave them. Again, we'll see that next week. So the men rose up and went, and Yahushua commanded those who went to describe the land, saying, Go, walk through the land rather, and describe it. Come back to me, and let me cast lots for you here before Yehovah in Shiloh. And the men went and passed through the land and described it in a book in 7 portions by cities. And they came to Yehoshua at the camp in Shiloh. And Yehoshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before Yehovah. And Yehoshua divided the lands of the children of Israel according to their portions. Joshua 19:49-50. When they had ended dividing the land as an inheritance according to their borders, the children of Israel gave an inheritance to Yehoshua, son of Nun, in their midst. According to the mouth of Yehovah, they gave him the city which he asked for, Timnath Serach in the mountains of Ephraim, and he built the city and dwelt in it. And I wonder if this is a picture of what Yeshua will do, whether Yeshua will divide the land by lot to the tribes, and whether Yeshua will be given the city which he asked for, Yerushalayim. Just a thought. Joshua 21:43-45. Thus Yehovah gave to Israel all of the land of which he had sworn to give to their fathers, and they took possession of it and dwelt in it. And Yehovah gave them rest all around according to all that he had sworn to their fathers, and not a man of all their enemies stood against them. Yehovah gave all their enemies into their hand. Not a word failed of any of the good word which Yehovah had spoken to the house of Israel. All came in. This should be a lesson to us of what happens when you follow the word by belief. Now, these people were not perfect, just as we will not be perfect. Okay, these people made a covenant with some of the people of the land. For example, they didn't drive out all of the Canaanites, and that certainly comes back to bite them. But they followed by belief, and not a word failed of any of the good word which Yehovah had spoken to the house of Israel. And we can actually take a lesson from them, not casting out all the Canaanite influences that they had all around them, and what actually ends up ultimately happening to this generation, who are the best generation to go in with the best leader thus far. Yehovah willing, we will be the all-round best generation to be led into the land with the actual best leader, Yeshua. But we'll come to that. Joshua 22:1-6 says, Then Yehoshua called for the Reubenites, the Gadites, the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have guarded all that Moshe the servant of Yehovah commanded you, and have obeyed my voice in all that I commanded you. You have not left your brothers these many days up to this day, but you have guarded the charge, the command of Yehovah, your Elohim. So they had to go, the wives and their children could stay behind on the other side of the Jordan as long as they went and they fought with the other tribes. And this is what's being acknowledged here. Now, Yehovah your Elohim has given rest to your brothers as he promised them. So now return and go to your tents and to your land of your possession, which Moshe the servant of Yehovah gave you beyond the Jordan. Only diligently guard to do the command in the Torah which Moshe the servant of Yehovah commanded you, to love Yehovah your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, to cherish his commands, and to cling to him, to serve him with all your heart and all your soul. This is exactly what we see Yehoshua doing. Although he is fearful in certain instances, he loves Yehovah, he clings to him, he walks in all his ways, and he cherishes his commands and his words as if they are the very source of his life, which of course they are. And Yehoshua blessed them and sent them away, and they went to their tents. In Joshua 22:11-34, we see a very interesting incident with these people, with the 2.5 tribes on the other side of the Jordan. It says, the children of Israel heard it and said, See, the children of Reuven and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh have built an altar opposite the land of Canaan, in the districts of the Jordan, at the border of the children of Israel. And of course, you are not allowed to offer burnt offerings anywhere else other than Yerushalayim. To do so would be a transgression of the Torah. And when the children of Israel heard, all the congregation of the children of Israel assembled at Shiloh to go to fight against them. So the children of Israel sent Pinchas, here he is again, Pinchas, son of Eleazar the priest, to the children of Reuben and to the children of Gad, to the half tribe of Manasseh, into the land of Gilead. So he goes now with these 10 rulers to investigate what has happened with these 2.5 tribes on the other side of the Jordan. 10 rulers with him, 1 ruler each from the chief house of every tribe of Israel, and each one was the head of the house of his father among the divisions, or the Sebaot of Israel. And they came to the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, to the land of Gilead, and spoke with them, saying, Thus says all the congregation of Yahovah, what is this trespass you have committed against the Elohim of Israel, to turn away this day from following Yahovah, in that you have built yourself an altar to rebel against Yahovah this day? So these are a remarkable people. They go out to actively pursue this sin. They've seen what happened to Achan, and that all of the congregation of Israel were held accountable for what happened with Achan. And now these people are zealous. And we've got them here led by Pinchas coming to these 2.5 tribes saying, what is this that you have done? Is the iniquity of Pa'or not enough for us? Again, Pinchas, after the iniquity of Pa'or in his zealousness, thrust through Cosbi and Zimri, from which we have not been cleansed to this day, although there was a plague in the congregation of Yahovah, that you turn away today from following Yahovah. And it shall be, if you rebel today against Yahovah, that tomorrow he is wroth with all the congregation of Israel. And indeed, if the land of your possession is unclean, then pass over to the land of the possession of Yahovah, where the dwelling place of Yahovah dwells, and take possession among us. But do not rebel against Yahovah, nor rebel against us, by building yourselves an altar besides the altar of Yahovah our Elohim. Did not Achan, son of Zerach, commit trespass in that which is under the ban? And wrath fell on all the congregation of Israel, and he was not the only one to die for his iniquity. Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and half tribe of Manasseh answered and said to the heads of the divisions of Israel. And what a difference in what they answer to what the children of Israel answer in future generations when the prophets come to them to challenge them over similar things. They say, El Elohim Yahovah, El Elohim Yahovah. He knows, and let Israel itself know. If this has been rebellion, or if in trespass against Yahovah, do not save us this day. If we have built ourselves an altar to turn from following Yahovah, or if to offer burnt offerings or grain offerings on it, or to make peace offerings on it, let Yahovah himself require it. But truly, from fear, for a reason we did this, saying, in time to come your sons might speak to our sons, saying, what have you to do with Yahovah Elohim of Israel? For Yahovah has made the Jordan a border between you and us. Your children, you children of Reuben and children of Gad, you have no portion with Yahovah. So your sons will make our sons stop fearing Yahovah. So they're afraid that their sons, the sons of the 9.5 tribes on the other side of the Jordan, are going to turn around one day and say, you've got no part with Yahovah, and their sons will believe them and would actually stop fearing Yahovah. So we said, let us now prepare to build ourselves an altar, not for burnt offering, nor for sacrifice, but to be a witness between you and us and our generations after us, to do the service of Yahovah before him, with our burnt offerings, with our sacrifices, and with our peace offerings, that your sons should not say to our sons, in time to come, you have no portion with Yahovah. So we said that it shall be, when they say this to us, or to our generations in time to come, that we shall say, see the pattern of the altar of Yahovah, which our fathers made, though not for burnt offerings, nor for sacrifices, but it is a witness between you and us. Far be it from us to rebel against Jehovah and to turn from following Jehovah this day, to build an altar for burnt offerings or for grain offerings or for sacrifices, besides the altar of Jehovah our Elohim, which is before his dwelling place. We would never do such a thing. Far be it from us to do such a thing. This altar is to remind future generations that it is a witness between you and them, and they are a part of Israel, and they would not be turned away from fearing Jehovah. And Pinchas the priest and the rulers of the congregation, the heads of the thousands of Israel who were with him, heard the words of the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh spoke, and it was good in their eyes. And Pinchas, son of Eleazar the priest, said to the children of Reuben, said to the children of Gad and to the children of Manasseh, today we know that Jehovah is in our midst, because you have not committed against Jehovah this trespass. Now you have delivered the children of Israel out of the hand of Jehovah. And Pinchas, son of Eleazar the priest, and the rulers returned from the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the land of Gilead to the land of Canaan and to the children of Israel, and brought back word to them. So the matter was good in the eyes of the children of Israel, and the children of Israel blessed Elohim, and they spoke no more of going against to fight to destroy the land where the children of Reuben and Gad dwelt. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar a witness between us that Jehovah is Elohim. So these people are doing pretty well. Joshua 23. It came to be a long time after Jehovah had given rest to Israel from all their enemies round about, that Yahushua was old, advanced in years. And Yahushua called for all Israel, and for their elders, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and said to them, I am old and advanced in years, and you have seen all that Jehovah your Elohim has done to all these nations because of you. For Jehovah your Elohim is he who is fighting for you. See, I have divided to you by lot these nations that remain, to be an inheritance for your tribes from the Jordan, with all the nations that I have cut off, as far as the great sea toward the setting of the sun. And Jehovah your Elohim thrust them out from before you, and shall drive them out from before you, and you shall possess their land as Jehovah your Elohim has promised you. And you shall be very strong to guard and to do all that is written in the book of the Torah of Moshe, so as not to turn aside from it right or left. And this kind of seems like the culmination of everything we've read in the Torah. This is the promise that was made to Abraham, that the inheritance will be given to his descendants. And here we have these people, these righteous people who by belief are following Yahushua, that example of belief. Despite his fears, he always stood on the word of Jehovah, this excellent example to them. And here they are in the land. And yet we know something goes wrong from this point. Something, praise Jehovah, means that we will be the people to enter into the land under the hand of Yeshua, and that will be what endures, and that will be the true inheritance, the true fulfillment of the inheritance. So what could cause such a problem? Joshua 24:14-28 says, And now fear Jehovah, serve him in perfection and in truth. Put away the gods which your fathers served beyond the river and in Mitzrayim, and serve Jehovah. What? The people, they do not put away the Canaanite people from among them, even though they're warned, if you don't do this, they'll lead you astray, and you'll go after their gods, and you'll be led astray from Jehovah. And here we see that they still have gods which their fathers served beyond the river among them. This is a powerful message for us if we want to be that generation. We want to be those people who enter into the land with Yeshua. We cannot put up with influences of Canaan in our life, with the gods that our fathers served beyond the river, whatever that might look like in your life. You cannot allow that to be a part of your walk with Elohim. You will end up as these people ended up. As good as they were and as much as they walked in belief, this is where they end up. If it seems evil in your eyes to serve Yehovah, choose for yourselves this day who you are going to serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were beyond the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But I and my house, we serve Yehovah. The same choice is given to us today. Through laxity and removing influences in their lives, they end up worshipping idols. We have to be diligent that the same doesn't happen to us. If you have things in your life which you know should not be there, and you do not remove them, do not expect that you are going to be the special person that this doesn't happen to, because that is not the teaching of Scripture. The people answered and said, far be it from us to forsake Yehovah to serve other gods, just as people would say today. They say, of course we serve Yehovah, of course we do, even though they've still got these things in their lives. For Yehovah, our Elohim, is he who brought us and our fathers up out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage, who did these great signs before our eyes, and has guarded us in all the way that we went, and among all the people through whom we passed. And it's the same sort of thing that people take solace in, even with these things in their life today. Oh no, Elohim has done many great things. Yehovah has done many great things in my life, many great signs. I know that I'm one of his people. I've walked in belief in all of these things, and this, that, and the other, and I've shown my belief that I was right there. It's just this one thing. I can't quite get my head around this. I'm not going to do this. But I'll be okay. You know, Elohim is my Elohim. He's done many wonderful things in my life. I know. Don't be fooled. These people had the same outlook. Yehovah drove out from before us all the people, even the Amorites who dwelt in the land. We too serve Yehovah, for he is our Elohim. Then Yahushua said to the people, you are not able to serve Yehovah, for he is a set-apart Elohim, a zealous El is he. He does not bear with your transgression and with your sins, and do not think that he will bear with your transgressions and your sins. If you forsake Yehovah and shall serve gods of a stranger, set up idols in your heart, then he shall turn back and do you evil and consume you after he has been good to you. Do not let that be you. And the people said to Yahushua, no, but we do serve Yehovah. And Yahushua said to the people, you are witnesses against yourselves that you have chosen Yehovah for yourselves to serve him. And they said, witnesses. Don't be those people. Acknowledge where you are. Look within your heart. Do you have any idols in there? Is there anything that you're holding back? Or have you circumcised your heart to Yehovah? Will you be one of the people who, in the fulfillment of what we see here, enter into the land under Yeshua's leadership in belief? And now put away the gods of the stranger which are in your midst, and incline your heart to Yehovah Elohim of Israel. There's really not much more that you can say to people when you see that they've got these idols in their heart, apart from put away those idols which are in your midst, and incline your heart to Yehovah, circumcise your heart. And the people said to Yahushua, Yehovah our Elohim we serve, and his voice we obey. And Yahushua made a covenant with the people that day, and laid on them a law and a justice in Shechem. Then Yahushua wrote these words in the book of the Torah of Elohim, and he took a large stone, and he set it up there under the oak that was by the set-apart place of Yehovah. Yahushua wrote these words in the book of the Torah of Elohim. To me, when I think about this is something Charlie and I have discussed recently. The book of Joshua is the actual end to the Torah portions. If you end at the end of Deuteronomy, you end with Torah portion Hazinu, where you get this prophecy that the people are going to go astray and do all these bad things. Whereas if you end with the book of Joshua, you have this amazing story, prophetic, of us being led into the land, of these people who go in and act in belief, and they're good and they're righteous people. They have their flaws, but they're good and they're righteous people. They're led in under the leadership of Yahushua, and it's a much more complete telling of that story of them being taken out in the Exodus from Mitzrayim. It's the actual end of these narratives which we've been going through in cycles year after year and stopping short of the actual fulfillment of the narrative and the pictures which come from that. We miss all of those things. So this year, when we end going through the book of Deuteronomy, we're going to continue on into the book of Joshua, and perhaps that will be what we do in subsequent years as well. So that's the announcement that I find particularly exciting, because I hope you've got a little bit of a glimpse of the book of Joshua. It contains some amazing things. I didn't even scratch the surface when I was going through it. I just pointed out a few little things here and there. Another announcement for anybody who's in the UK who attends the fellowship: we will be meeting back at the hall from the 4th of July onwards. So 4th of July, I believe, will be Charlie's Torah portion next week, mine the week after, and then Charlie's the week after that. I think that's how it works out, and that will actually be the 4th of July, but it falls on a Shabbat, and that will be the first day that we will be meeting back at the hall. So we'll all be able to meet together and fellowship again from that point. We will continue through the book of Deuteronomy, which will be in when we get there, to the end, and then we will continue on and push through the book of Joshua. And Yahushua said to all the people, "See, this stone is a witness to us, for it has heard all the words of Yahovah, which he has spoken to us. And it shall be a witness against you, lest you lie against your Elohim." Then Yahushua sent people away, each to his own inheritance. Now these events are recorded in the book of Joshua at the end of chapter 24, where we get a little bit more information given in the book of Judges. The angel of Yahovah came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, "I led you up from Mitzrayim and brought you to the land of which I swore to your fathers. And I said, I do not break my covenant with you. And as for you, do not make a covenant with the inhabitants of this land. Break down their altars, but you have not obeyed my voice. What is this that you have done?" This is one of the things that this generation do. They don't get rid of the Canaanites from around them, and they go astray into the worship of idols. "Therefore I also said, I am not driving them out before you, and they shall be adversaries to you, and their gods shall be a snare to you." You take away anything from this part, take that away. If you don't drive them out, their gods will be a snare to you. It came to be, when the angel of Yahovah spoke these words to all the children of Israel, that the people lifted up their voice and wept. So they called the name of that place Bochim, and sacrificed there to Yahovah. Then Yahushua dismissed the people, and the children of Israel went each to his own inheritance to possess the land. And the people served Yahovah all the days of Yahushua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Yahushua, who had seen all the great works of Yahovah, which he had done for Israel. And Yahushua, son of Nun, the servant of Yahovah, died 110 years old, and they buried him within the border of his inheritance at Timnath Heres, in the mountains of Ephraim on the north side of Mount Gaash. And all that generation were likewise gathered to their fathers, and another generation arose after them, who did not know Jehovah, nor the works which he had done for Israel. Let's pray. Father, I thank you for your word. Thank you for what an amazing gift it is for us to be able to go through it and learn what has happened to people before us, so that you give us a chance to learn from their mistakes and to see the pitfalls which they stumbled into. I thank you, Father, for the sign of the covenant. I thank you for the covenant that you made with Abraham, and that we can be a part of that, and that the inheritance is promised to him too. And I look forward to the day when that promise that you made to Abraham is finally fulfilled, and we've inherited the land, and all causes of sin, all sinners will be removed. Thank you for your amazing promises, and thank you that we get to be a part of them. We get to be a part of your words of life. Thank you, Father.